Yeah, we are in the place to be. Yeah.
afternoon, Europe, and welcome to this marathon of the block of keynotes of the Best Virtual Summit 2020. Today, we have with us one very special guest, the Vice Dean of an university that always pop up with the word innovation. So, Jakob is currently Vice Dean at Aalborg University, where he is responsible for education at the Technical Faculty for IT and Design. He is responsible for the digital strategy for education at Aalborg University, and he is also involved in sustainability policy of the university. Today, Jakob is going to talk about problem-based learning, education in the pandemic, digital education, and sustainability at Aalborg University. So, welcome Jakob to this opening keynote. The floor is all yours.
Thanks a million, Daniel, and thanks for inviting me to this. I thought it was such a great challenge you gave me in our correspondence. You mentioned no less than those four topics: problem-based learning, pandemic, digitalization, and sustainability. And to cover that in a meaningful way in 15-20 minutes, I thought that was a great challenge. Let me see if I made any sense of it. I hope so, but I'll leave that for you to judge. So like everyone else, we were facing a lockdown, and I'll tell you about why that was a specific challenge to university that does wall-to-wall problem-based learning, and how we handle that significant challenge, and then I'll segue into sustainability as part of telling about our educational curriculum. So in COVID-19 since early March, we have been in lockdown, complete lockdown in Denmark and around the world. With very short notice, I will get back to that. And this includes all students and employees at Aalborg University. It's a very big challenge to do this for a PBL-based university, and I will explain more about that later. Luckily, although we are not far into digitalization, we had been working on it for years with a very ambitious strategy, actually, and we have been working our way into the organization. So everybody had heard about digitalization. In every single group, we had done early pilots and so on. So we had very little, but within a very short time span, we managed to get things up and running. So it looked like a bit of magic, but we were lucky that we've been working on this for quite a while. So I'll start by telling you about what is Aalborg University. Our current strategy is called Knowledge for the World, and it has a very specific meaning. We like to do things that has a real impact, even at the time when students are still studying. The researchers should make impact even while doing the research themselves. Like everyone else, we do research and we collaborate, but we also and like everybody else, we do education. But our education is, as Daniel kindly was alluding to, we do a very special curriculum called project and problem-based learning. I'm sure some of you do projects as well, but for many of you, lectures and exercises and so on will take a big part of your studies. Not so much so for Aalborg University, and I'll tell you more about this. So a bit about our journey. We started very young university. We started in 1974. At a time when our local region was in need for growth, and we started very small, 2,000 students, 250 researchers. Fast forward to 2020, where we are in total 23,000 students and a total 2,230 researchers or educators. We are comprehensive universities, all 5 types of faculties. And as I mentioned, Knowledge for the World is about when we ask, or rather when the Industrial Union of Denmark, so this is where employers are organized, where companies are organized. they once a year make a ranking list for who is better at cooperating with their members, which spans, I think, more than 80% of all Danish companies. It's very exciting every year who's number 2, because in all the years they have been doing this, Aalborg University has always been number 1. So we do things well, and other universities do other things well. But one thing that we do really well is face-to-face collaboration with private companies. And you also see that we have many. We are pleased to have many strong rankings. But in a recent ranking, which was launched by Times Higher Educational Ranking, where they specifically look to impact. So they embark from the. I'm sure you are familiar with the 17 Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations. So Times Higher Education, you might not know, they have actually made a dedicated ranking now for 2 years on the specific SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals. And it turns out that in our main research area and educational area, which is sustainable energy, we are actually ranked as number 1 in the world. In all 17 SDGs, we are number 23. So I got this wrong. That's because this is covered. I tried to do this. My picture is covering this. Let me do this again. I'm sorry about this. So on education, quality education, we are number 1 in the world. In all 17 goals, we are number 23, and on this is what I wanted to say. On sustainable energy, we are number 10 in the world, but number 1 in Europe. And we have several other rankings where we are received. So many of these rankings are about research, and we get very good. So typically in some of these rankings we are further down this, but in some rankings we are like number 4. But we're pleased to see, since education is a main parameter for us, we were pleased to see last year when MIT had a report commissioned on ranking specifically the engineering programs, that we were number 4 in the world also on this. So, but that's enough about bragging about our rankings. We have another, apart from energy, IT is a major capability for our university. But what Daniel really asked me to talk about was problem-based education, problem-based learning. We do problem-driven research and education, and so if you want to understand what kind of university is Aalborg, maybe a way to map us is to look at our research and education. Say, are we on an axis which is looking like in terms of, do we focus on our research groups, or do we do things more in collaboration? And on the other axis, are we more part of a typical academic institution, or are we looking more for impact? So if you plot us in this, you'll see the European universities scattered in all 4 quadrants. We are far up in the upper right corner here. So we are looking very much to impact, and we do this in partnerships. So that's who we are. So what is project and problem-based learning? It's not just my claim. It's supported heavily by research that students have more comprehensive and persistent, so deeper and more persistent learning when they are exposed to dialogue-based contextual learning. Science is clear about this, and there are several ways to implement this in actual curricula, and problem-based learning is one of these approaches to implement dialogue-based contextual education. So we have, apart from the specific scientific skills, we have a lot of other skills. I'll get back to that. But in every aspect, they develop communication and collaboration skills as part of the model itself. They learn to become analytical and result-oriented, and they're provided the tools for independently acquiring knowledge at the highest academic level. And last but not least, PPL is a way to provide students with experience and opportunity to collaborate, to identify the right external partners on solving specific problems, and doing this already in the time when they're still students. So what we've, as Daniel kindly indicated, we are currently in innovation and development, and one of the realizations we made recently is that when our students are for job interviews, writing applications, and so on, sometimes they are not very articulate about the specific capabilities that we provide them with at our university. And for that reason, we have been going through a very extensive exercise in every study program, which is the official document that states what have you learned in a specific study. We have filled in the transversal capabilities that you gain as a student of our programs. And we've derived a model for doing that has 3 pillars and 1 horizontal dimension. And the 3 pillars are problem-oriented competences. So that's about identifying, analyzing problems, and of course, including aspects like sustainability, ethics, and so on, identifying problem types. So everything that's related to the problem. Then we have a column which is called interpersonal competencies. So as you are doing this, you get skills that are related to how you interact with other people. And that's, well, of course, all about teams, team building, team culture, team roles, understanding dynamics of teams in a team. You're not just 4 to 6 individuals. You are also playing certain roles. And as you become aware of these, you perform your role better. When you compose a team, you need to be cognizant of these roles that you're looking for. So everything related to making a team work well and making it productive, and maybe also a nice environment to work in. And also working outside of the team in terms of collaboration. The third column is structural competencies. So that's how do you structure work in this problem and project-based setting. So it's about project management, by the way, a capability that is highly in demand from our customers. Our customers, understood as the people who employ our students in Scandinavia. This is very high in demand, especially in engineering. So project management and everything else that provides the structure for a successful problem-based. So it's about agile management, time and activity management, defining, structuring activities. I think you're all familiar with things like this. In addition to these 3 pillars, we also have a horizontal dimension, which is metacognitive competencies. And the most prominent way in which we exercise this is in terms of requiring all students to develop a personal competence profile where they have to reflect on the skills they have required, and they have to collaborate on how they collaborate and on their career and learning goals. So as you see, there's a lot of words here. These are the actual words that fit into. They do not all fit into all studies, but we have emphasized some and in specific educations to make sure that these are covered by these specific educations where they are relevant. So these are the actual words of skill sets that we make sure that our students achieve. And since they are in the study regulations, it means that it's also part of exams, formal exams, that you need to demonstrate that you have these capabilities. So problem and based learning, and I talked about metacognition. That also means that the way you become cognizant of these types of skills is by having variations, and you have the way you have can have variation is variation in problems. So we have problems that are targeted, so well-structured or not narrow problems that have well-defined problem, and you know when you have solved it. And at the other extreme, you have completely open-ended problems that has little or no structure, and you do not have a certain point where you can say, now I have solved the problem. And it's important to make the students comfortable in either of these domains on this whole scheme, working from narrow to open-ended problems and from subject to problem-driven. We also have so that's one dimension, variation in problems. We also have variations in projects, and these variations span these two dimensions, whether you work disciplinary or interdisciplinary, and whether you work in a team or in a larger context. So all our students work in teams, but whether you work in a context which is within the team or you work in larger contexts. So most of the projects we do are actually in this domain, so disciplinary and within a team. But we also have disciplinary projects that are coordinated between. So we have whole semesters where teams work together within a discipline to solve a larger problem. And on the other dimension here, we have teams that work interdisciplinary, sometimes composed from several educations. And this quadrant here has been empty until recently. So Daniel kindly alluded to our innovation, and this is the most recent innovation. Actually, we launched this last fall, which we call the mega projects, and I'm going to talk a little to what that is. What is a mega project? It's a highly ambitious umbrella project that can comprise a huge number of students from across semesters, from across educations. All faculties are involved. They all embark from, the sustainability is very important for Aalborg University. So the mega projects always have to embark for one or several of the SDG framework. And so the component is actually a semester project. So you're still enrolled as a regular student and you have a regular curriculum to learn. But and the project that you do specifically is part of that, but within the framework of a specific education. But the overall project is interdisciplinary, and the way you contribute have to fit like a jigsaw puzzle, a piece of a jigsaw puzzle into the larger puzzle. And the students are involved in formulating, engaging, and coordinating the full project. And by the way, we also collaborate with external partners extensively in this, also other universities. Just to give you some examples, we have 3 projects running in the coming fall, which is Simplified Sustainable Living. The customer here is the municipality of Aalborg, who wants the help of our students to figure out how do our citizens become more sustainable. So typically in Denmark, there's a strong understanding of the importance of sustainability, but citizens are uncertain. How can we help them to gain knowledge that they can convert to action? We have a project called the Circular Region, which is, so the first one was targeted for citizens. The next one is targeted for companies who wants to be part of a circular economy. So if you are an SDG expert, SDG 12, which is about the sustainable production and consumption. And these two have been active since last fall. The new one is Better Together, which is about SDG number 8, which is about decent work. So it's about inclusion in the labor market. If I just to give you one example, one project is about how do you I'm sure that most of you know about the Asperger's syndrome, which can be a disqualifying syndrome, but basically citizens who have this syndrome have a lot of capabilities. How can you unleash this? Typically, people who have a severe Asperger's syndrome, they are excluded from the labor market. It's a waste because many of them are very gifted in many ways. How can we make use of this? So that's just one example. Mega projects is all about sustainability. Renewable energy is a large education of our university, and mega projects is encompassing sustainability. So we were very pleased to see that the EU recovery plan that was published recently and by Ursula von der Leyen had climate investments front and center. So we hope that we can be part of this. It feels like a glove to what we are doing. So we are very, very enthusiastic about this. But back to one of the questions that Daniel asked me, what do we do about the lockdown? So here's the timeline. March 11, general shutdown announced by the Prime Minister, and it was just 2 days of warning. 2 days later, we had to have the shutdown effective at Aalborg University. And 5 days later, we had 90% of our PBL model online. I'm sure that this might not impress you very much, because I'm sure that most of you have been offered education online. Of course, all universities have been responsible about this and have taken action to put things online. Maybe it's not fair to say, but as I see it, it's much easier for other universities, because going from a lecture, which is usually giving in a lecture room, to an online lecture is in many ways a small step. In our education, we have so many modalities that for us it was a much bigger step, but we managed to get on. I happen to be responsible for digitalization at our university, so I made a reporting scheme where we could track how we were doing, and within 5 days we were on these 90%. There are things that took much longer, especially those educations that had much more experimental work. This was really, really difficult, and I'm sure you had the same situation in your universities. But I was still very satisfied with these 90%. Right now we are reopening the universities, but most of our examinations will still be done online, which means, and these are not individual exams. Our exams are mostly team exams, where the teams are reporting on their project work. So again, a complexity that we needed to deal with. We want the students to be comfortable and acting as a team, although they are separate in separate rooms, but we still want the team dynamics to work in the evaluation phase. So this, I don't want to go into details with this, but this is actually the specific model that we are using, our study activity model. It's a model we developed in order to have a conversation with our students. How do you spend your time? What is the expectation? And we also use it as a planning tool to make sure that we get the load of students quite right. Students expect to be offered educational elements to a certain extent, but they don't benefit if we overload. So it's to hit this exact optimal load that all of these components that you see here is most of them are, all of them are used in our educations. A majority of them are used in every education. So when we talk about digitalization, our education, it's all of this. So a few words about the model. Some activities are organized by our lecturers, some are organized by students, some are discipline oriented, and some are problem oriented. So it's in these two dimensions. And then we do problem-based project work. We do individual study activities, and of course we have teaching. I expect you're all familiar with teaching. It has been done for the past 1,300 years in mostly the same fashion, with lectures and courses and seminars and so on. Every university has it. Our university has it to a small extent. We have mostly all the other things, and we needed to implement all of these in a digital way in a few days. Looking at the numbers, I think you can understand why I thought this was very challenging, but we managed, and I'm a bit proud of this. So I'm coming to the end. So how did we, where did we see project and problem-based learning beyond the pandemic? For us, it's about, I told you about PBL, digitalization, mega projects, and SDGs. And we see how this all contributes to what we are looking into the future, educating students who are capable of handling global challenges in collaboration with smaller teams, larger teams in networks to handle COVID-19 and all the other global challenges that we are facing. So that's what how are we doing with time? I'm over time, but do we have a few minutes for questions still?
Okay, Jakob, unfortunately, we are a little bit of time as we have a new speaker coming in, let's say 3 minutes. Yep. But no worries. Thank you very much for this super interesting keynote about the project-based learning. I mean, I'm sure like if your university is ranked like the first in education, the fourth in engineering programs, like I'm sure university has many more things to teach to the rest of Europe, to students. And like, we are super happy to have you here, like sharing your experience, which we really believe in the organization that is something worth sharing. So like, I would like to thank, well, from my side and from the whole organizing team, to Jakob to accept our invitation to be here in the Best Visitor Summit and share your ideas and experiences. For the audience, I would encourage you to stay tuned here because in, let's say, 2-3 more minutes, we will have another key speaker with us. We'll travel to Denmark, to Russia, to meet like Dennis, which is the head of the students department at Skoltech. So stay tuned, people, and see you in 3 minutes.
Thanks for your attention and great speaking to you. Bye.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Welcome for the second keynote of the second day of the Best Virtual Summit. After hearing some insights about Aalborg University and project-based learning, we are going to hear about Skoltech, a recent school established in Moscow in 2011 in collaboration with MIT. Skoltech cultivates a new generation of researchers and entrepreneurs, promotes advanced scientific knowledge, and fosters innovative technology to address critical issues facing Russia and the world. To tell us about the current and future trend in technology education, we have Denis, Head of Student Department at Skoltech. Denis is an IT engineer and has more than 10 years of experience in career, educational, and scientific project development. He's going to tell us about the ultimate skill set for getting your education in the post-pandemic world. From soft skills to digital tools, we are going to understand how students can foster their development. With this being said, Denis, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Joe. And right now I'm going to share my screen just for you guys to see the presentation. I have some slides, and thank you for introduction. Today, I will not be telling a lot about Skoltech as a school, but about our experience from what we can see, how the post-pandemic education is changing, and more importantly is what are the expectations of future employers of the graduates after they will get their degrees, and how they evaluate the skills that are crucial for the current job market. So first of all, just a few words about my experience. For the last, as Joa said, I have been working on the career projects in this or that way for more than 10 years. And for the last 5 years, I've been doing a lot of student recruitment for Skoltech, for Innopolis University. It is a new university in one of the most innovative Russian cities, which is called Innopolis. And recently, I've been working also on the placement functions. It means that part of my responsibilities is to provide the support for our students and graduates in terms of seeking their first employment. And we have a special career center for this. And the things that I will be telling you today is from partially from this experience as well, because we are in a constant contact with industry representatives, with HR teams, and we understand what they need and how they feel and how they evaluate the students that come to them. So first of all, about the current situation, I think that about your own country, you pretty well understand what is going on. But if we'll take a look at helicopter view on this whole pandemic thing, the whole situation after it will fade, after the restriction will fade, because a lot of countries started to fade the restrictions, to cancel. But the virus is here and it's not going anywhere so far. And it means that the whole new economy will be not the same as we used to it. And what is called the new normal right now, probably. I would not be giving a lot of details about this. I would probably better to recommend you to read the McKinsey report. You can see the link, and I think the organizers will provide you with my presentation, so you could follow it directly and read it. I definitely recommend to do that, because there are a lot of good insights on how economy will work in the situation when the supply chains are broken, when the regions and borders are closed, etc. But one thing is pretty well clear, is that it will not be the same as it were before. It means that you should pay some additional attention to some particular things during your education, and today we will be talking about this. So speaking about post-COVID education, how it will look, we see that three main factors will have a huge impact on how education works now and will work after the whole pandemic thing. So first thing is the technology. It means that as all of you know, that universities and education sphere is pretty not so adjustable to impact factors, outside factors, and sometimes it takes a lot of time for educational systems to adapt to changes. But as of now, from what we can see, those schools and universities who thought that they might, like, delay and postpone the digitalization of their processes, today they don't have other chance just to do this and transform all their educational processes or their organizational activities or their outreach marketing, etc., etc., etc. Everything goes digital, and of course, huge amount of these approaches that universities have to do today, they will remain within their normal workflow after all the restrictions will fade. And of course, this is a huge fact to consider while getting your education. And this fact will impact the skill set, particular skill set that you have to obtain during your education. Next important thing is the competition, because competition among universities today is getting higher, because it is really important to get best students to university. But it is really hard to do because marketing and outreach efforts, they all changed, and some good schools who will not be able to adapt to these changes, they will face some problems. And another important part is the competition with industry, because industry understands that today probably it is better to invest a small amount of money to some particularly professionally designed skill-oriented course and deliver it by themselves. Like huge companies, they have a lot of courses, preparatory courses for their employees, and universities, it's really hard for them to compete with the industry, because industry, they often they have hands-on experience on the technology, because, for example, Google, it has a much better understanding of machine learning that many universities in the world. And of course, a small course offered by Google and a 2-year degree program offered by university, sometimes students will make their choices towards industry-oriented courses. And also, of course, tuition fees, etc., with the distant format, it's all very will influence the decision-making process for prospective students. And the next factor is uncertainty, the global uncertainty that leads to many factors, crisis, borders that are closed, when the vaccine will be discovered, what the unemployment rates will be. Like everyone has no answers to these questions, unfortunately. And of course, this is also a thing to consider when you have to take a look at the future job market that you will be seeking your position. Speaking about this, about the job market and the position that will be offering, that companies will be offering to students who got their education in the post-COVID area, you can see on the slide, I love this picture because it gives you a clear overview of how HR teams are thinking. So on the left side, there is a knowledge, and normally this knowledge you're getting while getting your degree. So while obtaining programs, courses, etc. But this knowledge is not enough. And if on the other side you will go to a company, for example, for industry immersion, etc., you will have some experience, but you need to get like a huge load of experience to go for not only summer time for industry, but to prepare some projects in the companies, just to get as much experience as you can. And the interesting thing here is that when you enter a company, the employer would like to see both sides in the candidate, so that you have pretty vivid knowledge and pretty vivid experience. And of course, it is really hard to get during your education, because normally universities wouldn't pay attention to this, and that is why it is your responsibility as a student and future person who will seek for a job to get as much as you can during these years of your study. And speaking about the particular skill set, we can see, you can see on the slide what we think would be the most crucial during this current situation. The first skill is a leadership, because today a lot of teams, they are sitting at homes, and probably this distant format will remain with us for quite a long time. And it is really necessary to understand how you will manage your team, and how you will perform the task that you're assigned to do, like a research project or a job project or whatever other project. It is always about teamwork, and leadership, and the skills for the leadership is really crucial for you to be successful in this direction. And the good news is that this skill is really easy to enhance, because we have student organizations. Yeah, in your university, I'm sure you have a student organization, or BEST is a good student organization. And by performing some tasks within the student organizations, you definitely can enhance and boost your leadership skills. And this is really will help you as a bonus, it will looks really good in your CV, but in general, it will boost your skills while taking the responsibility for people and for projects, because leadership is about responsibility. And if you know how to take this responsibility, it's a really huge bonus in the eyes of your future employer. Next thing is emotional intelligence, and this is about AQ, about understanding other people, and what they feel, and how would they react on some things. And today, when everyone is stressed because of this uncertainty, because the career paths and educational paths that been developed several years ago, right now you need to rethink them, because everything has changed. And to be able to understand other people and how they feel is really important today, for a really important skill, because it will help you to be more productive within the teamwork, and be more careful about how you interact with others, and be more successful in the end of the day. Next thing is about technical expertise. And this is really important thing today, because since everything's went digital, AR, VR, IoT, and many other words should not be just words for you, but should be a new technology that you should understand how it works and use it in your everyday work while you are preparing your course, or any other activity that you are performing. And the interesting thing here is that if you'll take a look, like 100 years ago, for those generations, radios or TVs, that it was a technology that, it was really hard to understand how it works, and it took several generations for people to adapt to these technologies. Today, we don't have this several generations to adapt, and you need to do this right away. And the sooner you start, the better would be the outcome. And one more thing here is that the programming language and the programming skill is actually getting from the hard skill set to soft skill set, because some time ago, English language was something that you have to, only professionals were entitled to go and learn English language. Today is like a medium that should every good professional in any field, not only linguistics, but also in particular any professional field, good professional should know English language. So we see that programming language will be the same in 10 or 15 years. If you don't know how to program even some small things in Excel or something like this, it will be definitely a drawback for you. So technical expertise is really important. Next thing is adaptability and flexibility. And this is about getting really fast, but qualified responses to situation, and since everything is changing really fast, you have to be really flexible. What they are saying about agile teams and how agile team works, I think that this approach would be used by many other teams today, even those who are not in the programming or information technologies, because the approach itself of like changing of fast decision making, of understanding how situation will evolve, and fast reacting today, this skill set will be in use in particularly any field. So you should be more you should definitely pay more attention to it. And the next one is creativity and innovation. And since it's definitely not the least, because today in this changing circumstances and changing environment, it's really there are a lot of opportunities for you as a future employers or as a person who will start their own business to benefit from. And for example, in Skoltech, we have a special module for entrepreneurship and innovation where we teach our students how to deal with creativity and how to implement innovations, because the key idea here is that if you've managed to design a technology, to develop a technology, it's not a rocket science literally to make some money out of it and to commercialize it. And for example, we have a course which is called Innovation Workshop. It was, by the way, designed in collaboration with MIT. And within this innovation workshop, our students have to get a multidisciplinary team and within 1 month come up with some idea and make an MVP out of this idea, some minimum available product that afterwards they present to venture experts, to our professors, etc. And what we see from this is that despite the fact that this course is designed just to get a picture of quick success to our students, many of them continue to work on their projects even after the course has finished. And many of them start their own companies just in order to, well, because they understand that it's really possible to have a successful business and make, which is based on some technology that they have developed. Okay, and now speaking about the tools. So since everything's went digital, it's really important to understand how to work with the tools with this fast-changing environment. What I have on the slide is what I personally use in my daily workflow, and just to give you a short overview of how these tools can be used and why it is important. So first part is the communications, because since everyone is sitting at homes, teams are decentralized and it's really hard to meet in person. You need to have tools which will provide you with a really fast and efficient team to reach out to your team and well, get a fast communication, and also share important data and information, because since there is no way to go for a coffee and discuss latest news or some other important information about your job or project, it's really necessary to have these tools and understand how to use them efficiently, because I saw a lot of people who hating emails because they just have a really bad mail application and they don't know how to use it. And this, at the moment, they will find their application that suits them and the way they think, the way they do their job. Well, the efficiency is getting higher. Next part is about task and knowledge, and it is really important to keep a track record of all knowledge that you have in teams and assign tasks and understand how this works. And there are a lot of really nice apps out there for these particular tasks. And it is what is also important here is to also save ideas and inspiring stuff from your team, because out of these ideas lately you can produce some new stuff and invent some things that will be efficient in your workflow. And the last part is about processes, because of course, each team has its own processes and how it works. For example, we have a selection process, which is also part of our job. And if previously we've been conducting exams on our campus, today we cannot do this because campus is closed. We do it online. So we have special software for conducting online examination, for special software for proctoring, of course, Zoom for webinars, for interviews, etc. So since when the whole situation has started, we have been really prepared to go digital and to transfer all our processes on digital wheels really fast and efficient. So that is why it is really important for you to understand how it works beforehand. Okay. And the last slide from my side, so we can go to the questions. The most important, in my humble opinion, skill about the education and post-COVID world is lifelong learning. Because if, again, 100 years ago, you could be prepared for one job and do this job during your lifetime, today is not an option for sure. And you need to adapt. And if you're adapting or discovering some new opportunities, it's always about knowledge. And you need to feel good about getting new knowledge even after you'll have your degree. You still will have a need to get new knowledge on a regular basis through your lifetime. So this is really important skill, and well, you need to understand how it works. The sooner the better. That is all from my side. And if you have any questions about all that I've been talking today, you can write me an email or find me on Facebook, and also visit our website. There is some interesting information there as well. And now we can move to the questions if there are any.
Thank you very much, Dennis, for the amazing presentation. Can you stop sharing the screen?
Yep, sure.
Thank you. Okay, so thank you very much for your presentation. It was very interesting. I can relate to almost everything that you said. And I just want to remind our audience that you can post some questions on Facebook or YouTube stream. So far, we have one question that I'm going to start with. If learning happens more and more online, how do you see the university's role in ensuring that lecturers can understand students' needs?
This is really a good question, and this is really important issue that I would say not a single university has an answer for, but everyone is searching for this. And the key thing here is to understand, to be sure that the quality of course which is delivered online has the same learning and professional outcome that if it the same way it was how it was delivered offline. And of course, for I don't know, theoretical physics, it's really easy to do because in theoretical physics, it's always a professor and the student, and professor is saying something and writing something on a desk, and it is really easy to do in digital format. If we're talking about things like photonics or quantum materials, it's about experiments, about labs, and not every single workshop or course could be transferred online. That is why, well, me personally, I think about online courses and all this kind of stuff as a supporting material for the education process in general. And of course, there is also the communication with professors, digital or in person. It's really important, and it's impossible to have a really good education, to get a good education without it, and without some labs, of course. But regarding today's situation, of course, first thing we need to do is to revisit the safety protocols in labs to be sure about social distancing and about all other measures that, well, students have to feel safe in the lab if they have to go to the lab. And for the other courses that do not require interaction with equipment, well, here I think professors will come up with some definitely come up with some good ideas how this process can be more interactive, more efficient, because, well, actually it's a huge opportunity because digital tools, they provide a lot of opportunities to design the educational process much more engaging and much more, probably interesting for students in some way. So the short answer is that we don't have, no one have a solution, but we'll see, I think, in 1 year, a lot of good success stories of how this or that university did something good. I think we'll be among them.
Thank you. And that relates to another question that I have. You mentioned in the beginning that like when all restrictions will fade, like how things will be when all restrictions will fade. Will it happen at some point, or do you think that from now on the education will be different and we'll always have some new restrictions that we weren't used in the past?
Well, the key idea of my message was that restrictions will fade for sure, like government restrictions that are set by governments, but the processes will change in this new, the transformations that we've seen today, I mean, during this COVID pandemic situation, a lot of that will remain in the standard educational process. And of course, some rules, some protocols will change, and they will be like the new normal for educational organizations, like safety protocols in labs, or some distant formats that, for example, for if we will be talking about us, we will definitely will continue to use a lot of outreach digital formats for outreach events, because we understand that we can do it much more efficiently than we did it before offline, because a lot of much more students are attending. These formats are more engaging than just communication person to person, etc. So in the post-pandemic world, things will change, and they will just become normal.
Thank you very much. And I have one final question from our audience, since we are almost out of time, which is, speaking of lifelong learning, are universities starting to envision programs to prepare people for learning along with their careers? So not only before the careers, but during their careers?
We, for example, have experience in this because we have a really tight collaboration with the industry and with many companies. And now we see a lot of cases when huge tech or finance companies or telecom companies will come to us and say, okay, we need to upgrade skill set of our workers, of our managers, of our technical staff. Could you please find out something and offer something for us in terms of this professional education? We, as a university, we have a degree programs normally, yeah, so we don't do trainings, etc. But now we understand that sometimes it's really reasonable to offer, and we already have some courses that we're offering to industry in these terms. So when, for example, telecom company, it understands that with this 5G format, they need to explain for their managers who will be selling these options, etc., how it works from the technical side, and they need these additional skills, and we're ready to provide it.
All right. Thank you very much. I see that Skoltech is leading innovation in these fields, and hopefully we'll hear more from the school in the future. And thank you very much, Dennis, for your presentation. I really enjoyed it. We are now going for a very short break, and we'll be back in a couple of minutes to hear from Gillian Saunders-Smit, who's going to tell us more about engineering roles and the future of engineers. So stay tuned.
And we're on the air. Good afternoon, Europe. Welcome to the third keynote of this marathon of the Best Virtual Summit 2020. Today, we have with us a very special guest, the woman that led the online education of the prestigious Faculty of Aerospace Engineering of Delft University of Technology. So Gillian is an associate professor at TU Delft, teaching aerospace structures and materials, and she is also part of the board of directors of our partner SEFI. But Gillian is also super interested in engineering education, and she has a lot of experience in this field. Today, Gillian is going to talk about the outcomes of the Prefer project, an initiative that aims at helping engineering students to make career choices. So if you're struggling a bit to make decisions for your professional future, get comfy because this talk is for you. That's all. Gillian, welcome to this keynote. The floor is all yours.
Right, thank you very much, and welcome everyone. Right, let me share my screen and there we are. Hi, so thank you very much for inviting me to speak today, and I'm really happy to speak to you all today. My name, as said, is Gillian Saunders-Smit, and on behalf of SEFI, the European Society of Engineering Education, I want to share the outcomes of a European project with you. We have created a great tool that we specifically developed for our students and as well as for young engineers. Because even in normal days, it's already hard to find a job. But right now, in this current crazy times, it's going to be even harder. So that's why it's really important that you make the right choice and that you go in more prepared than you ever do, because it's your choice and no one else's. So how difficult can it be? Well, that may actually surprise you. 33% of young engineers change jobs within the first year. And after 3 years, the numbers are even worse. 81% of engineers, young engineers, after graduating, change jobs within 3 years. I was one of them, by the way. So why is that? Well, if we also asked all these students what their reasons was, and 60% of them say that the job they actually had to do, the content of the job, was the main reason for changing. Other listings such as career opportunities, a higher salary, or working in a larger company. But as you can see from the numbers, that was a far less important criterion. So it really matters what you do when you grow up. Although, being honest, I still don't know what I want to be when I grow up, but hey. So why does this happen? Well, if you look a bit more in research, you very often see that there is an expectations mismatch. The question arises from many different HR studies, but also engineering education studies, is do students know what engineering is and what engineers do? They know what their professors do, but we are all researchers. Do they know what engineers do? Also, there's a lack of self-reflections. Have people actually thought about what kind of engineer do they want to be? Generally speaking, most of us have the following ambition in life, which is graduate, keep mom and dad happy, get that diploma, and get a job and a house and start all these other things. But we don't actually think about the actual job that we want to do from day to day, what keeps us entertained, because trust me, there's only so much Minesweeper you can play on a computer if you're bored. And skills mismatch. Do you have the right skills? So you're an engineer, so you know how to engineer, but do you have the right other skills to connect in the function that you do? So this is where the Prefer project comes in. Prefer, it stands for Professional Roles and Employability of Future Engineers, is a collaboration, a European Knowledge Alliance of 3 universities, TU Delft, KU Leuven and TU Dublin, together with industry partners, Siemens in the Netherlands, ENGIE in Belgium and SB in Ireland, as well as the engineering federations, so the professional societies of engineers, so the Dutch Royal Institute of Engineers, the Belgian Institute of Engineers, and Engineers Ireland, as well as a test developer in the form of a BDO, and Aguilera, which is an employers association that is very keen on maintaining skills levels so that companies remain competitive. To ensure that we have a European-wide coverage and advice, we also asked FEANI, that is the European Association of the Engineering Professional Organizations, and SEFI, well known to you, the Society for Engineering Education, to also take part. And together, we developed a professional roles model. This roles model is based on an existing business model by Tracy and Wiersma, and it basically says that all engineering functions, especially when you're an early career engineer, and we define that as sort of the first 5 years or so, falls into one of these 3 roles. You have product leadership, and product leadership are engineers that develop and design innovative products and technology. They're often not got a very large scale solution yet. There may not even yet be a concrete market for it. It's more the research and innovation part of things. And then you have operational excellence, and that is the process optimization. So those are engineers that optimize existing products, technologies, software, or processes. They're optimized to make them more efficient or more reliable. And then the last role that we have, I always call it the salesperson, but then I'm doing people a great injustice. It's customer intimacy. It is when you are engineers that provide tailored solutions for specific problems of customers. They analyze the problem and develop technologies that are fit for purpose for their client. And of course, sometimes overlaps occur. As you can see, we've deliberately not made them 3 separate circles. The circles overlap. There are possibilities. The smaller the company, that the roles overlap. And for instance, you could argue that a university lecturer is half product leadership in terms of research and customer intimacy in terms of teaching and providing custom-made solutions for their students. So this is the model that we developed. And we developed this model together with industry, and with students. So what we did is we went out and gave this model to industry and said, do you recognize these models? So various representatives from industry who regularly hire young engineers straight out of universities sat down and looked at all this. And the second thing we asked them, are there any specific non-technical skills that they need to be good at for this particular job function? You can get this from different job advertisements, but you can also really get this by looking at what is it that you do, which competence do you have? Now, some you share with all of them, and some are specific for a role. And we then also talk to students, said, do you recognize this? Is this a model you identify with? If we describe engineers like this to you, is this something that you can relate to? Because that's also really important. So if we then look at the required competency, you can see that if you want to be in product leadership, you have to be very good at innovating and persuasiveness and influence, because you really want people to buy into your project, give you more money to research it further, and to convince people that your solution works. Because if you're going to tell the professor that you've just developed the next new Nobel Prize solution, you have to have a good argument. You also have to have a vision to go along, and you have to persevere, because if anyone has ever done a little bit of research, you'll know it never gets done in one day. Some of them, they share things like creativity and client focus with customer intimacy, and initiative with operational excellence. And each has their own different skills that you must master, different competencies that you have to know about. So with these different competencies, how do you know what to do? It's great to have this role model, nice theoretical role model. I can ask you, what do you think you are? But that really doesn't cut it. That will be counterintuitive for an engineer, right? Just having a theoretical model and not actually doing something with it. So as we were all engineers on it, we created two instruments, a tool that looks at your motivation and a tool that looks at your current skill level. We've called them Prefer Explore and Prefer Match. In Explore, that's a short test that determines your preferred role. And based on things that describe day-to-day situations in types of work that you do, you're asked to say, which of these things do you like to do the most? And which of these activities do you like to do the less? And from there, you discover the best and the least fit role based on 10 questions. And don't worry if you say, where's the link? All coming. But I want you to pay attention to me first, and you can play on your phone with the test later. So then we also have the Prefer Match. And that is actually tells you what you excel in. What we do is per professional role, takes about 15 minutes, and you can take them for each role. Doesn't necessarily have to be your preferred role. We give you realistic scenarios, and we give you a number of responses to this scenario. And for each response, you have to indicate how appropriate that response would be. And we compare your response not to some arbitrary thing, but we compare your response to what the industry professionals said they felt they would say in that particular situation. So you get to rate yourself compared to experienced engineers. Oh, it's not just psychological data somewhere. No, we've really asked several or large numbers of engineers, what would be your response? What would be a good response? And from that comes a great feedback report, which tells you how well your current skill level aligns with the roles that you want to carry out, and which competencies that were tested you were good at, and which competencies you still have to develop. And we don't leave it there. We also try and give you some practical advice on how to improve. And that is not, oh, take a course. It can be anything. If you want to work on your leadership, you could also volunteer to be a scout leader or join a board, the board of BEST, for instance. So there is all these many different ways. Some are free, some will cost money, some might actually get you credit, but how you can develop skills. These are not necessarily skills that have to be part of your curriculum or have to be part of social life. It's up to you how you gain those skills. All this document of all this test does is to make you aware of your strengths and your weaknesses. And that also helps you when you go to your job interview. You have an advantage because they ask you, name yourself a weak point. And that's something we very often find very difficult, although mine's easy, I talk too much. But for others, you can use the report and say, look, I'm not very good at a helicopter view because I like to focus on details. And those are some of the things that you can honestly say, and then say, but I'm working on improving it because I'm trying to do a course or I volunteered for, and those are some of the things where you make a real good impression because you know what your strengths and your weaknesses are. And that makes you look more mature than the person next to you that may have never looked at themselves in that way. So that then brings us to the big question. Which engineering role do you prefer? Now, I did think whether I would not wanted to do a whole online polling system, but as technology has this habit to fail, I thought I'd do it differently. What I have here for you is, if you take a quick screenshot of this or point your phone at it, is the direct web link to our tool. The tool is free. It's anonymous. At the end, you can get the report sent to you and then you send your email, but that email isn't stored. It's only used for you to send all your data off. And then you can find out which engineer you are. You can take Explore and you can take Match, and they'll be there for at least the next 5 years. That is the promise we made to EU for anyone to use. And since we have a little bit of time left, I have embedded a video, which, haha, oh. Technology is letting me down here. So I think there, I'm going to give it back to Daniel because the technology is indeed letting me down, but the video can also be seen on the website. Daniel, first.
Okay, Gillian, no worries. Okay, then the good news is no video. We have actually more time for some questions. I'm sure like our audience will be super happy to engage with you and ask some more details about these amazing projects. So actually we have a few of them already. The first one is a little bit long, but let's go for that. One of our audience, like, what is the main factor that leads to a student to be either product leadership or a customer intimacy?
The main factor.
Yes, like between this product leadership role or the customer intimacy role.
I had a very long discussion with the test developers. I said they're all engineers. They all want to figure out what the algorithm is behind it, so they know what to score. Yeah, but that's not what that's what we do. So the main difference is, I think the bottom line is an operational excellence engineer tends to focus on keeping the operation running. I think the biggest contrast is if you imagine an operational excellence engineer, for instance, is in charge of the production line of a company and not of the invention of the new product on the production line. But they are interested in making sure that there is less faults, less failures in the system. They also look at whether or not the design works in practice and what needs to be changed. And the product innovation is really a few technology levels lower. If you are familiar with the technology readiness levels, with 1 being I have an idea and 9 being it's in the shelf on the in shop. The product development engineer is really working on the lower technology levels. This could be research at university, the research in the R&D department, some of the stuff that you develop that you as a person are very proud of, but may never see the light of day for the general audience because there were so many other considerations when you made all these different prototypes. So it's a different focus. One is really on a more freer way of thinking, and the other one is far more about the bottom line. How do I keep my company running? How do I keep my industry running?
Okay, Gillian, thanks so much. You have talked about the whole tool and the test that will raise a lot of awareness, self-awareness of engineers to understand what they are aiming for and how good they are at skills and so on. But someone asked, what is actually next for this project? Like, are you planning to disseminate to other universities apart from the ones that are being partnered in the project?
Well, today is for me one of the dissemination events, which is why I was really happy when you said, would you be willing to give the keynote? Yes. And I also promised the chairman of Best Delft that we would do, we were going to all do a face-to-face event. Everything changed. And so we are looking at doing several events with students. We've held a big event at the European Young Engineers Conference, their virtual summit a couple of weeks ago. And basically have Zoom will present, I think, is the, I used to say have passport will travel, but somehow that's no longer a thing. But yeah, we're more than happy to share this with us, with a broader audience. We're also sharing it on the several SEFI conferences, and we're hoping that many of our colleagues pick it up. In Delft, we are now looking at, as part of our campus climate project, for instance, to make sure it goes. There will be a monthly webinar on the tool on which type of engineer you are for students, in part to keep the campus going. In Leuven is actually going to be part of their entire curriculum. So students will be introduced from day 1 at the engineering technology department, and day 1 of this is the concept, and keep developing all the way until they've got their masters. So they have an idea of where they want to go. They are going to focus their curriculum along these roles.
Okay, very interesting. We have more. At some point, you were saying that, well, one thing is to be self-aware, but the other is actually implementing all those skills inside the curriculum. So do you think which skills should be incorporated inside the curriculum of your bachelor, master, and so on, and which are the other skills that you should develop through other ways, through organizations or any other volunteering experiences?
I think at minimum we should expose students to a basic level to all, because if I'm a great believer in equal chances of success for people. So it really depends on your ability, on your the facilities you have available for you to do some of these things. It's great to say, oh, go volunteer somewhere, but if you have to study really hard and have to hold down a job, that might be more difficult. Having said that, some companies also offer opportunities to develop. And I know that we've had students who have made it all the way through assistant manager at a McDonald's, and that's also affecting your leadership skills. So I can't look in your personal situation. I think as educators, we should at least make sure that you can find your way through our courses. What we've also found is if we look at all our course descriptions, we very often don't put the skills that you develop in a course in there. So if you're lucky, when you're doing a design project in a team, it says teamwork. That's about all it says. Whereas, of course, in teamwork, you also have to critically reflect on what you say and on your design, and because you're going to have to compromise between the 3 or 4 different concepts that you develop as a group, and you can't just pick yours because you think it's the best. This is also some of these things. So there's a lot of hidden curriculum, and I think that's the other thing that we're really trying to do, is to create awareness amongst our colleagues that it's very sensible that if skills are practiced, that we name that in course descriptions, that in this course you will also practice skills in etc., because that can be different for each course. So that is another thing. And of course, there's many often skills courses being offered as well. And we're trying to also find a way, what would be a good way to get students more aware of this and practice those more. And don't forget all those online courses. Many of them are currently free or very cheap, or the universities have offered a temporary free pass for many of them. I know that we, for instance, in Delft have to deal with edX, which is great.
All right. Perfect, Gillian. Thanks for sharing with that. We have actually the last question as we head into this very end. It's actually quite simple. Coming back to dissemination, as far as what you have shared with us is you want to share this in SEFI and without BEST and other ways, but mostly Europe. Do you think this project could make an impact globally?
Yes, the model is universal. That's why you can see Siemens is a global company. Both NG and SB work. We also talk to various aerospace companies because of their global presence. So yeah, the model is universal. It can work all over the place. And as you said, it's free and we intend to keep it going. And if it's still very popular after 5 years' time, we have to find a new way of making sure it maintains.
All right, Gillian. Then thanks you very much for this amazing keynote about the beautiful project and these tests that I encourage all of you, all the audience, to then rewind a bit and click on the link and do the test, because probably it's going to be super useful for your future career. So the organizing team and I would love to thank Gillian for being here with us today and sharing these ideas and knowledge about the perfect project in the Best Virtual Summit 2020. And although Gillian and I will leave, I encourage all of you to stay close to the streaming, because in 5 minutes, we're going to have another key speaker with us. We'll travel from Delft to London to meet Emanuela Tilley, who is the director of the Integrated Engineering Program at the University College of London. So stay tuned. Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Welcome again. We are going for another very interesting keynote. After hearing about an European project, we are now going to London in the UK to hear about one of the most innovative engineering programs in the world, featured in the Global State of the Art in Engineering Education report from MIT, which I recommend all of you to check out. So University College London is one of the top ranked universities in the world with several faculties and a long history of successes. To tell us about the new integrated engineering program, we have Emanuela Tilley, the program coordinator. Emanuela is a mechanical and civil structure engineer. She has worked as a consulting engineer, leading multidisciplinary engineering teams. I hope you all enjoy. Keep in mind that you can post questions in the comments section, both in the YouTube stream and the Facebook stream. And without further ado, let's welcome Emanuela.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy to join you today. Great. Can you see that? Just to make sure. Perfect. Right. So I'm Emanuela Tilley. I've recently become a professor at UCL, and I'm the director of the Integrated Engineering Program. And at Engineering UCL, our tagline is Change the World. When we started thinking about how we would improve and revamp our offering, we thought, actually, for our students to change the world, they have to be taught differently. Just a little minute for you to get to know about UCL a little bit before I start. We are in London. We are very proud that we were the first in England to admit students regardless of their class, race, or religion. And we were also the first to admit women on equal terms to men. We're quite a big campus, quite a lot of graduate level studies, and we have quite a lot of Nobel Prize winners. There's lots of faculties. We have 11 faculties, one of which is engineering. And within engineering, we actually have 11 departments. So the integrated engineering program includes students from all of those departments. So how did it come about? One of the first things that kicked it off was reports back in 2007 and 2009, around that time when the Royal Academy of Engineers and industry partners, as well as the Confederation of British Industry, were saying that the students had what we would call a skills gap. And that theoretically our engineering students are very good. However, the skills, the communication, the self-management were lacking. And even in some regards, problem-based skills, problem-solving skills. So, and they also said that in order for universities to do more, they shouldn't just add these elements on, it should be embedded in how the students learn engineering. So our reaction was to do a curriculum review. So we started in 2011, and it took us 2 years to actually understand what we offered from across the faculty and how we can make it distinctive. So that the result of that is the IEP. We wanted to make it distinctive, we wanted to make it modern, and we wanted to give students a broader perspective because our students come into a degree and they graduate from a degree. And they're quite separate from all other degrees. So students studying civil engineering don't really ever intermingle with chemical engineering students. And we don't think this is modern because actually the real world engineers are working across disciplines. So what is the IEP? It's not an actual degree program. No one actually is recruited into it and no one graduates from it. Actually, it's a way of teaching that provides connected activities between the disciplines, so that our students do some interdisciplinary learning. They work with students from another department, not just one department, in many cases, many departments. There is a common structure, and it promotes practical applications and the learning of transferable skills, or professional skills, as we also call them. And this is all alongside the fundamental theoretical learning, or the degree program that the students have applied to. It's completely embedded in the student's chosen engineering degree from one of the programs or the departments that we have, and it's completely unique to us. I have to say that actually because our students don't actually realize that the way we teach engineering is not the way it's taught across the UK and in the world. So one of the first things we did was we tried to define what we believe engineering is. And this is what we came up with. We asked students and staff from across the faculty to help us create a definition that suits us. And this is what it is. So engineering is the art and practice of changing the physical world for the use and benefit of all. And the few things that really stood out for us was in engineering, there is a creativity to it. It is a practice as well. So we need to give our students plenty of practice and not just learning from textbooks. And there is an art to it. So they should be influenced by the humanities as well as the more artistic disciplines. And we need our students to understand right from the beginning that engineering is about people, and everyone around the world use and are affected by the work that we do. So we wanted that to be at the forefront of our definition. The other thing that really spurred us on in terms of the changes is lots of students, when they come into engineering, don't actually realize that it's quite a creative subject. And we don't want students like Virginia to not apply to engineering and lose out on coming into a career as well as our faculty. We want students like Virginia to come. Instead, she chose a liberal arts degree and an engineering pathway within it. So what our students do is a lot more practical building, making, modeling, and testing. You can see the students doing that here. And a very useful exercise in many ways is building the physical systems as well as analyzing them through models. So does the physical system actually work and behave as you would analytically? And that is a really interesting way of students learning. They also do quite a lot of group work, and I'm sure students from across engineering schools across the world do this, but our students do this from the first day. We put them into teams and they start designing on for real problems right from the first day. This is really daunting for our students, but we believe the more projects you take on, the more teams that you work in, the better you'll be at this, at both of these skills when you come to those ever more important third and fourth year or dissertations at the end of your degrees. So I just want to stress that our students don't work on toy problems, they're real problems. So for instance, here, this is a community in Peru that our students in first year work with, or they have done in the last couple of years. We like to change our projects every 3 to 4 years. So this community group was working with a foundation called WindAid, and WindAid goes around and puts up those small wind turbines. Now those wind turbines are very small. They're only about 5 megahertz, I think. So very, very, very small in terms of the power outage. So what we wanted our students to do was to create a power grid so that they could build it for a community of 40 huts as opposed to just the one individual hut. And they have taken our design on and ran with it, really. So we are putting our students together with real communities, even from the first year. So the way we teach engineering is in context, and that's a really interesting word for us. What it means is that we give the students information about the full problem. And of course, we understand that the principles of science will drive all of our solutions, it'll drive our research, and it'll drive our comfort zone, if you like, in terms of what we learn. Of course, we now expect all students to design solutions that are sustainable. That wasn't the case when I was doing my degree, or even, let's say, when we first started working this out in about 2011. If your solution is not sustainable and it's not safe, then it is not acceptable. It is not an afterthought. It has to be embedded. But I'd really like to point you to the left-hand side of this drawing, because our students from the beginning are also thinking about issues of risk, ethical considerations, social implications, environmental implications, and financial impacts. Those are just some of the few extra considerations or the contextual considerations that our students now are being faced with. And we build this up. So in first year, we work in the areas that are a little bit more comfortable, like lots of students understand environmental impacts and are also very good at understanding financial impacts because we have both the scientific and the mathematical backgrounds. But we also start introducing them to the much more trickier contextual issues like the social implications. How are you designing something? What are the issues that perhaps the people that you're designing for may or may not find your solution desirable? And those are the hardest questions, I believe, to answer. But we get students to start thinking about it quite early on. The other thing as well in this program or this teaching framework is we get students to really develop their own skills. So industry, our industrial partners are telling us that they're looking for students that have communication skills and interpersonal skills. So that is the team working aspect. They also like students that are well organized and have that enthusiasm and commitment. And this is obviously over on top of, the rigor that comes with a UCL degree. But what I've highlighted here in the blue, it seemed to come up more and more. And there's not an easy way to talk about this. And lots of employers talk about it in a very anecdotal way. Like, I had a really good graduate employee once where she was able to, take some really minimal guidance. I pointed her in the right directions to do a little bit of research, and she came back to me with her ideas and even started on a plan. So that ability to start with a minimum is something that employers really seek, to kind of work with a blank sheet of paper, so that you can go and be autonomous in your own working and provide that value that your employer is looking for, is something that they really, really do like in our graduates. The other thing as well is that from the offset, when we started designing the program and the learning in it, we really aligned ourselves with some international reports. And one of them was the World Economic Forum, this future skills report that comes out. I think it's every 2 to 3 years. So we're due one fairly soon. It'd be interesting to see what it's like after COVID. But so we looked at 2015, probably about after the first year that we were implemented our program. And then again, we look through and make sure that the skills that we're teaching our students or they're developing are also aligned. So these are very much the skills that we've embedded into our program and given students an opportunity to learn. And I'll tell you where that happens here. So what I'm showing you now is actually the structure of the IEP. So if I lay that out, it happens in every year of the 3 or 4 year program that we have in the UK. So students can take a bachelor's degree, which is a 3-year program, or an integrated master's program with it, which is 4 years. But if you look across the top here, those are the departments that are involved in the IEP. So you should imagine from 1st to 4th year, that is the core elements for civil engineering in the Orange. That's their core degree. And then in the 1st year, we've got these cross-cutting IEP elements. The 1st year, that consists of mathematical modeling and analysis as a module, engineering challenges, which is also a module, but it's a project-based module and a team-based module, which happens from the 1st term. We have a design and professional skills module that sits alongside the project module, and we've got scenarios embedded in that as well. So our maths, just quickly to say, everyone learns maths, and maths is really quite theoretical often in the 1st and 2nd year. We've changed that and flipped it on its head so that it's much more applied. Students are starting to use software and tools like MATLAB and programming to help with the mathematical modeling. It's not Calculus 101 at all. It's about how does engineers use the maths. And in many ways, it's making sure the students understand how engineers from their discipline use maths. And that continues on in the 2nd year. So for our engineering challenges course, that's effectively 2 big projects. They're 5 weeks each, and our students work in teams to solve those larger, more longer projects. Those are interdisciplinary as well. So that is the first opportunity for students to work in teams with students from another department. So they're paired in those challenges. The design and professional skills course is quite unique in that it actually is a module about developing skills. So students learn the theory behind creative thinking, behind critical thinking, making judgments. What is the social theory behind these things? And then they apply them. So it's a very much applied course. It very much supports all the other learning that is happening. And students create almost a portfolio of work to prove that they are learning and developing those skills. The scenarios are a buzzword for us. The challenges and scenarios are projects, essentially. The challenges are 5 weeks long. Scenarios are 1 week long. And these start in the 2nd term of the 1st year. But effectively, our students don't go to class as you would normally think. And for the week, they just work on a project. And that project is discipline specific. So civil engineers work on civil projects, chemical engineers work on chemical engineering projects. But they work on projects that link to the modules that they're learning at that time. So they understand that the 4 modules that they're learning are what are the common elements around them, and it's based on a project in industry. So for mechanical engineering, they do a drones project in one of the final scenarios. For biomedical engineering, they work on medical apps because they do programming as well. Biochemical engineering, they do a food scenario. So, introducing students to both the applications, but also sectors within that match their degree program. So then in the second year, we still have the mathematical modeling, and design and professional skills is another course where they are developing those skills in that portfolio. Scenarios continue, and then at the end of the second year, the students start their IEP minor, and they also enroll in what we call a How to Change the World. So the IEP minor is an opportunity for students to really specialize or personalize their degree, tailor it to their interests. And what it is students in any degree can choose a minor that is already designed for them. There are 18 choices, and actually it's quite hard for the students to choose, but they started in the second year and they continue it on in the third year. And now that we've done this for about 5 years now, 5-6 years, this is the one thing that stands our program apart. Students really like to be able to diversify their education and personalize it. I've got another slide at the end to show you what we offer. How to Change the World is quite unique. It's their last project at the end of the second year. Effectively, it's their 9th project. It's the 9th team that they will have participated in. So it gives them a lot of opportunity to build their skills before they get into their major 3rd and 4th year projects. But it's different because it's aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals, the UN SDGs, if you like. So it's socially driven, and we get all of our second year students to come together to work in multidisciplinary teams to create a technical solution to a social problem. Again, I'll show you that in the end. And then in 3rd and 4th year, there are opportunities for interdisciplinary projects as opposed to just discipline-specific major projects. This is another way of looking at the IEP. I drew this once for an industrial partner. Because the IEP has so many projects, industrial partners can come in and work with our students really from first year, not just in the 3rd and 4th year projects. So the way I drew it was, this is the journey through their education from in first year, second year, and 3rd year. The challenges, the 6 scenarios that they have, how to change the world at the end of second year, and then on to their 3rd year project. Of course, this is totally at a scale. So we've got their maths and their discipline technical, degree modules, which is, I would say up here is about 70% of their learning. That is the bulk of their work. And then we've got design and professional skills down here because it's an IEP offering. But the thing that's the most important is that the spine in the middle are the design projects or the practical applications of both their technical and their skills-based learning. And it's the arrows that are important, because in the classrooms here, fairly traditional classrooms of the maths, the discipline specific, and the design and professional skills, come the opportunities for projects and real applications of their knowledge, mixed with some discipline projects and some interdisciplinary projects. So the learning outcomes for the IEP, one of the major one was authenticity. Like I said, the projects and the experience that we give our students is quite real. That was one of our main goals. So we ask our students what they like and they don't like much about their experience. And for this one, particularly of the engineering challenges. So again, this is the first term course where our students do projects right away and they're in teams right away. And the thing that they like the most about it is the authenticity of the work that they're doing. And authenticity can come in many ways. So they're actually doing real world problems, working with real partners. The technical task practicalities, so the building and making they like. but they also need to use their professional skills. So they're working with people in teams, they have to manage their project work and their time, they have to sometimes work with a partner, and therefore their communication skills are really, really important. At the end of most projects, they have to present. So there is so many real things that they are doing and learning and developing their skills at the same time. How to change the world. This, like I said, is that 2-week hands-on intensive project that is really aimed at giving our students the opportunity to develop their creative and technical solutions to 21st century challenges, to bring about that positive change. These are some of the SDGs that we've tackled in the past. We break them down into cohorts, and then within those cohorts, so one cohort would be, for example, clean water and sanitation. In that cohort, we then again divide them and give them two contexts. One that's an international context and one that's a London-based context. So clean water and sanitation in London would be cleaning up the Thames, which is the main river that's through London. And another was cleaning the canals in Bangkok. So we've got researchers and partners giving us data, giving us some understanding of what they've done, what the research is telling us on how that work is going through, but we're asking them a new challenge, a new question, and really looking for them to work together in interdisciplinary teams to come up with an engineering solution. So these are some of our partners, both governmental partners, they are commercial partners, international partners, as well as national partners. And at the end of it is quite a celebration, because like I said, this is the 9th project that they've done. IEP is a lot of work, but it's so rewarding. We go to City Hall, we go right across from Westminster to County Hall, actually, sorry, is quite an extravagant building. And our students do an exhibition of their work. It's quite professional. We bring in quite a lot of partners, and there are a lot of prizes, and the winners go on to be able to present their work to the partners as well as to government. So our philosophy, particularly when it comes to the IEP in the first 2 years, is that we need our students to really understand that design means bringing everyone together from the start. And that's our motto when it comes to how we approach interdisciplinarity. The minors, as they start popping up here on the screen, are a little bit color-coded. So just to remind you, the minors are an opportunity for the students when they come in after first year to tell us how they'd like to personalize their electives. So it's essentially a group of electives that start in the 2nd year and finish in the 3rd year, and they are bundled in these themes. So our students from any department can study one of these minor subjects. There are, of course, some caveats, like applications for programming down at the bottom for data science. That is those two actually are computer science taught programs. So they come out of our computer science program department. The computer scientist cannot do the programming minor. It is for anyone else that's not a computer scientist. But the AI or the intelligent systems course is open to everyone. So there are a few exclusions if that element of learning is already quite fundamental. So across the top, entrepreneurship, finance and accounting and management come out of our globally renowned School of Management course programs. We've got biomedical engineering and regenerative medicine that come out of our award-winning programs in biochemical engineering, biomedical engineering. Crime and security engineering is from our newest department. And it is at the moment very much electrical engineering and computer science based. Nanotechnology and connected systems comes out of electrical engineering. We've got environmental engineering coming out of civil engineering. Applied chemistry and molecular engineering comes out of chemical engineering. Modern applications of engineering maths is actually a team-based cross-faculty effort, because students want to understand where their engineering maths are being applied. So there are 3 modules on that give the students an opportunity to understand where else in different industrial sectors is our engineering maths really applied. And because we are in London, lots of our students go to the city. And so financial maths and trading is a big part of that minor. Ocean engineering comes out of mechanical engineering, and that's where they design vessels. Engineering design for society, that is very much takes its protocol from How to Change the World, so international development there, but really focusing on engineering and being a designer for people. We've got modern languages, so if students don't want to do anything technical at all, they can go outside of the faculty. And then we've got a very unique offering here with strategic learning here in engineering and technology, as well as engineering and public policy. So the more social side of engineering, the first being more about journalism and the second about public policy. So what makes us different? Students learn authentic engineering workplace practices through several project opportunities, which is completely unique to us. Students learn to work with engineers from other disciplines from the start. They develop their skills so that they can turn their theoretical work into real solutions. And the IEP gives them that time to kind of develop their ideas, their confidence to pitch their ideas to their teammates, but also to develop themselves, to make the most of their education, as well as to understand what type of engineer that they'd want to be, or perhaps the type of work that they'd like to go into, even if it's not engineering after they graduate. So just before I finish, what we believe is inherent in the IEP are these elements. And we started focusing on these aspects of their students' learning after we put the program in. So once the students started working on projects and working in teams, we now have much more structure to help them with their teamwork. If students want to go beyond and learn more about their own leadership styles and project management, there are extra courses that they can take. Student-led learning and autonomy, so we're asking the students to really go above and beyond what is being taught in the classroom to do more in their projects and their own research. Self-awareness and self-efficacy, ethics, values, and morals comes in. Sustainability and safety is embedded in everything. Global challenges and societal impacts are now being introduced from the day one, and students really come with a passion for these. So it aligns with a lot of students' reasons for coming to UCL. Lots of non-traditional pathways. Our students graduate, 50% of our students graduate and go on to doing non-engineering careers. And the way the students learn is much more inclusive and diverse, mainly because of the team aspect of it and the way we support them in that. So as was mentioned in the beginning, we are part of this report that MIT put together. Ruth Graham was the author of it, and we've been highlighted as an emerging world leader in engineering education. We take this role very seriously. We have a symposium every year with those that are also considered to be world leaders, inviting those that want to improve and do more in their own programs and in their own schools. The purpose of that report was because actually MIT are wanting to transform their offering as well. And they want to learn from those that are already doing it or have already done it. So that was actually the purpose of the report. And so it's really interesting to understand of those 50 global thought leaders that were interviewed, what comes out of that report and what's most predominant in terms of what they think the future of engineering education is. So that's the last of my slide. I hope it didn't go too fast, but I'm here to take some questions.
Thank you very much, Emanuela. It was indeed very interesting. We are very short on time for the next presentation. I think many people will be willing to have 30 minutes more for the questions.
Sure.
We don't have that. So yeah, the first question I think everyone is asking is, how can I enroll in UCL? But let's not go to that one. I have one question from the audience, which is, do students at UCL have some kind of tutoring to help them choose the minors?
Yes, so at the end of the first year, we have quite a lot of information. So in January, we have a fair, so they have an opportunity to meet students from the past that have taken it, as well as their academic leads. We have quite a lot of lunch sessions so that they can get a sneak peek into what they'll be learning. So almost like mock lectures so that they can participate, as well as they get personal tutors know all about the minors, and we give them a lot of information. So hopefully their personal tutors are helping them make the decisions. But actually at the end of the day, we find their family and their friends help them make those decisions. But we give them about 4 months of to kind of get up to speed before they have to decide.
Thank you. And I just have one more question because we are really out of time. So I like also you not to going too much. So what were the main challenges and barriers to implement such a big change in UCL engineering? And what would be your recommendations for some education leaders that some might be hearing us to implement changes in their own curriculum?
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that was the biggest barrier was we implemented the change in a rolling way. So we started with the first years, and then as they graduated, we went to the second. As they progressed, we continued on. So at any one time for the first 4 years, there were students that were not on the IEP and those that were on the IEP. So the way we promoted it, the way we communicated it was really important, not to devalue the experience of those that didn't do the IEP, but also encourage the first year students that what we were doing would benefit them in the long run. Because peer-to-peer interaction is really strong, fourth year students influence first year students so much. So because the fourth years didn't do it, those were really difficult for the first 4 years to really make that transition. So getting students involved to make sure that it evolves and we get peers helping us develop it was something that we took on right from the beginning, so that the fourth year students gave us feedback and we made the program based on their experiences. And then staff, so lots of staff weren't actually very courageous in their teaching. So teaching projects or facilitating projects is different than lecturing. So we had to get the staff on board to try to understand how they can change their teaching and how it impact a lot of their teaching. So that was pretty much it. It was getting the voice of the students as well as the staff involved while we were developing it in the first 3 or 4 years.
Thank you very much. That's also a bit of what we are trying to do here with this summit, trying to get people together, students and educators to together reshape education. And speaking of innovative education approaches, we are going now from London to Barcelona to hear about Learnlife and the new learning paradigm. So stay tuned.
we are live. So good afternoon, Europe. Welcome to this fifth session of this Marathon at the Best Virtual Summit 2020. Today, we have the pleasure to have with us Anna and Adrià, two learning guides at Learnlife. Hello, guys.
Hi, Daniel.
Hello.
So probably you haven't maybe heard much about Learnlife, but I'm sure the education model would blow your minds. Learnlife is a clear example of innovation in education. And with a bit of luck, this model will become a revolution in the next few years. But let's avoid some spoilers and I'll come back to our guest. So Anna, Adri, how are you?
Thank you.
I mean, it's the last week with the learners, so a lot of pressure, a lot of closing, graduation ceremonies, celebrations, all of that in this week.
Oh, sure, should be quite stressful. We're in the end of this education semester cycle. All right, so I'm sure the audience right now is super excited about what is this all about. So, Anna, Adri, in few words, what is Learnlife? Can you tell us to our audience what is exactly Learnlife?
Sure, I'll take this one. Learnlife is essentially a learning paradigm. So what Learnlife is aiming at doing is to collect educators, schools, and institutions all around and collect best practices, test best practices, and expand those best practices around the world. So currently in our Learning Hub in Barcelona, we are constantly innovating in different ways that learning can be done. And in the deeper thinking and philosophical area, we keep developing and investigating how can learning happen in a way that fits the unpredictable future rather than the predictable past.
What sounds amazing. You talk about the point, the hub in Barcelona. So how is actually like this hub in Barcelona looks like? If we go there, what will we find?
All right, so we are sending through a link that hopefully we can get on the chat of the live stream. That is an actual virtual tour of the space. So a bit like Google Maps, when you put the person in the street and you can see the spaces around you. It is a completely redone building in a carless street, which is very nice since we don't have a courtyard inside. And essentially it's a space that will look much more like a co-working space to anyone looking into it than a school would look like. Because essentially there's a lot of open spaces, movable furniture all around, and maker studios. So studios where you can create things. So there's a lot of our learning that happens physically, hands-on, and whenever we have activities that are not physical and hands-on, we are in the other rooms and we adapt them, we move them to the needs. So our biggest room currently, we gave it the name Playa, and if you look into the virtual space, you will see the colors and realize which one it is. Has been used as a yoga studio, has been used for soccer, has been used for physics, has been used for reading, has been used for writing, has been used for so many things.
Okay, right. So just to gain a little bit of insight, who are the students in Learnlife?
All right. So first off, we prefer to call them learners, and that's a distinction that is quite core to our being. So we want to call our learners because learning is an active action. And we want, just by referring to them like that, for it to feel like they are the ones who are learning, and we are there to support that learning. More on our learners, specifically in Barcelona, we have cohorts of ages 11 through 19-year-old, youngsters, teenagers, kids, and Anna is laughing at the word kids. Definitely. And they are having a full-time learning program with us. So they have onboarded after primary somewhere else or coming from a different system and are joining us as their full-time learning journey.
In addition, we're soon to open spaces for primary ages too, and hopefully also soon for like early years, like your kindergarten ages. We still don't have that. But the vision is to create a lifelong learning platform. So that means that our model is meant to be from 0 to 100. What that looks like, learners, lifelong learning. So that means that then it makes sense, I will say, for our title to be learning guides, because we're also learners in our like in our own self. We're not the teacher that has achieved things and our professor that has a look down on the rest that needs to be brought up. Is now we're side by side, no, accompanying and providing resources, as Adri suggested. Yeah.
Well, that's really interesting, and I would like to get a bit more insight about this topic. Just you said lifelong learning. So why lifelong learning is important?
Okay, well, the first why I think is pretty clear and visible, as the unpredictability of the world rises. More and more adaptation and redefinition skills are needed. So if we look at the amount of different jobs that a person had in the past versus the amount of different jobs that a person has now, it is very clear that those spans are getting shorter, and the amount of times that you need to learn something new, change your path, change your skills, change your views is more and more often. So lifelong learning is essential to just being and thriving in the present and in the future. Anna?
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I think like education traditionally has been a goal and hasn't been a journey for many. Meaning, for I will say, most of the world, the goal is to accomplish a university degree, and that is when education ends and learning ends. Therefore, the mindset of a lifelong learning is that I continuously have power to evolve and to make my life and my purpose greater. Thus, the journey never ends. It will end whenever I choose it to end. No? So it is a very empowering perspective. It's a little bit uncomfortable because taking ownership of your life, as Adri said before, I love how he said it, like, is actually taking action. And taking action is not always easy and it's not always comfortable. But in the process of being a lifelong learner and someone that can adapt, can offer and provide new solutions, continuously being in a pathway of intaking information and resources and skills and tools is what we are vowing for.
All right. So on this topic of like, yeah, the lifelong learning and this journey in the learning, we have seen like in your website, you have a clear explanation about the roadmap. You just said about like these phases about preparing, implementing, supporting. Would you please like give us a bit more like detail about how you're actually teaching your learners? Which model do you use?
Yeah, so we have we have right now 3 programs, as Adri said, for the ages 11 to 19. The programs, we don't have like classes, you know, like 3rd grade, 4th grade, 5th grade, like we don't have that. We have more like clusters. And the clusters are usually in social emotional maturity. That's like I will say the main characteristics that keeps them together. And our model is based on exploring and discovering and creating and reflecting. So there are elements in each of those categories, hopefully in every single day, and or even within each of the activities that the learners are doing. So as Adi was commenting on the spaces, for example, our studios, we have workshops. We also have this system called Levels, where it's a more self-directed track where you gain access to tools that are in the studio. So for example, for the fashion studio, through the Levels, you get access and you learn how to use the different equipments, from the sewing machines to like the very special rulers for pattern making and carpentry, the drills and the saws and all the things that any mother of an 11-year-old wants to see them with hands on, no? But like the goal is that, of course, you empower them and that they feel that they're self-directing. So learning has to have all those elements in order for it to be relevant and exciting. So you gotta be able to discover, to explore by yourself, to create something with what you have been exploring, and to reflect on what did you just do. And that is an iterative process that just keeps happening throughout the day with each of the elements, like all along. To the point that actually this week, as a closing to their trimesters, with the trimesters we call them cycles, their summative assessment is a 360 review, which is where the learners are reflecting on all the most meaningful experiences that they had in the past trimester, what they have learned, what have been the challenges, what would they like to go for next cycle, how can they transfer things to new spaces or new topics of interest. So as you can imagine, it's very empowering to hear 17, a 13 or an 11-year-old saying, this is what I learned, this is how I did it, this is what I'm looking forward. You know, it's very like, whoa. A test and you getting an A in a test will not give you the same sensation for sure, and the same insight to the mindset of a learner.
Okay, so it's just to recap a bit. They are not courses, not like split by age, but for maturity, let's say, and you engage in them in this iterative process when you actually later encourage them to reflect on what they have learned, what they want to do, and all this model to pursue this this end, which I think at some point you mentioned is this Japanese word ikigai. I would love to hear more about this this term. What does it mean, and how you're like bringing that into your model in Learnlife?
Go for it, Adri. Take the ikigai away.
Right. So ikigai. Quickly definition, right? Ikigai is a Japanese philosophy of purpose. And this philosophy establishes that when you are doing something that you like, that you're good at, that you get recognized or paid for, and that is creating a positive impact in the world, then you found your purpose. And also your purpose in life can change. So one important aspect is for us to grow their skills in identifying their ikigai, identifying their strengths, their desires, the areas they care about where they want to make impact, and to be on a constant review mindset where they analyze themselves every now and then and see what they're doing is what they want to do and what feels passionate and what gives them purpose. Because when they are learning something connected to their purpose, that learning becomes super relevant. Now, this is very abstract. So when we have an 11-year-old and we talk about ikigai, we start with the basics, and we may have, for example, a strengths Olympics session where we try a bunch of different small activities, like one language activity, one origami activity, one rally activity, and they assess how they liked and how good they were at different activities, and that starts broadening their perspective of what all their possible strengths could be and which ones they would like to explore. And you can do similar things with any of the other categories. And as they grow in age and their capacity to reflect and their self-awareness grows, they can start to explore intersections. What is something that I enjoy and will bring positive change to the world, and explore something that's in this intersection?
Right, super interesting this this term, not only to make some reference to Oriental like culture, but also because like it's something probably we all thought about, but we didn't have a word for that. So sounds really, really interesting. Something I encourage all the audience also to think about what that ikigai is. And
actually, right now the greatest market for ikigai are learners ages 35 to 45, because usually at 35 you had already finished your university studies, you hopefully found a job of some sorts, fingers crossed, to our generation that is within the field that you chose. And then sometimes you realize that the field that you chose was a choice that you made for whatever reason that is not connecting to your passions or not to something that you're good at, or you're not going to recognize, and you feel that there is a space or an emptiness. So definitely, it's a great recommendation. Look for it online. There's a lot of resources online on how to tackle it. And one of the questions that we ask our learners is, I think the projections for 2030 and 2040 already that are coming out in terms of self-employment, in terms of having several jobs at the same time, will be a reality that we will face more and more and more. I mean, I think coronavirus definitely put it even more to the front as a potential reality. You could be doing things that you hate just for money and just for sustaining yourself. But the Ikigai model is a wake-up call and saying, like, no, there are many things that you could do intersections, as Adri said, and actually have a fulfilling life, even though you're doing several jobs, because that is what is required. So what do you choose? What do you choose to do? Do you want to pursue your Ikigai, or do you just want to continue doing what you quote unquote have to?
Sounds like a question. Okay, so I think it's now time to start introduce some of the audience questions. So the first one is here. Is who are currently facilitating this learning, and who are the educators or learning guides at Learnlife?
All right. Well, at the moment, we have a team of 8 learning guides at Learnlife Barcelona. And one of the things that I appreciate the most is the diversity and the range of expertise we have. So naturally, all of us have background in learning and education, coming again from different ages and different contexts and different primary subjects, but then those get broken apart because we don't have subjects. So when I arrived there with my very clear math and tech specialty, I had to learn how to lead a group of 10 teenagers and talk about emotions. So we are also constantly learning and growing our skill. Who are learning guides? Right now, it's this specific team of 8, but also who can be a learning guide? Essentially, anyone with a passion for helping other people grow, who is willing to undergo the learning process and become a learner themselves in order to become a learning guide. I would not like to see a learning guide who's not learning anymore, because then you lose the empathy, you get stuck, and you don't become this role model that you also want to be. So.
Okay, so sounds really interesting, so amazing. Maybe some of the others will like to become a learning guide soon. So just have to drop an email to Learnlife. We're heading to the end of this session, but I would like maybe to introduce 2 more questions. Let's be a bit brief because I think both are really important. So the first one is, why did you become learning guides, and what is the impact it has in your lives? So more on a personal level for you as educators or learning guides.
Yeah, I can begin in that one. So I was finishing my master's in education policy when I crossed Learnlife. I was looking for rooms where to live in Barcelona, and there was a poster for seeking for learners ages 16. At the point we were starting with 16-year-olds, and I was like, hey, I definitely what they were saying was so out of any other system that I had seen worldwide. But I just reached out and was like, hey, volunteering, internship, any kind of thing. And that's how my journey started, and I never left. And here I am, and I have been able to be part and being very lucky in the development of who is a learning guide. Because in the beginning we had the title, but we were that. So you were learning, through it. So my journey to learning guiding has been very interesting because it is, and I think what Adri said is very important, is you will feel the discomfort of what has been promised to you from your education system. That usually is you're set. You learned all you needed to learn, and that's it. And now go and change the world. And that's not true. That's couldn't be farther from reality. And it's uncomfortable, and it took time for me to also feel very comfortable to just accompany the learners and not trying to learn from them or for them. Sorry, not from them, for them. So having this process of, hey, you want to learn like aerodynamics? I'm like, okay, I'm not an engineer, but I know how to find information and I know how to find resources. And I can connect you with people that actually do know a lot about that. And that it's taken me out from the, oh, I'm the one that knows it all, and like I'm the one that is going to manage your learning, from, okay, let me empower you. What passions do you have about aerodynamics? What is it that you want to learn? And in the beginning, that process is very uncomfortable, usually because we are made to believe as educators that we got the answers. And most of the times you actually don't. And you gotta be, as Adri was saying, an example of a learner. So I have had to recognize more and more and more and more, and every time even more, with who is Anna as a learner, in order to be a better learning guide, and how to let control go of the world and what the world is meant to be, because in reality we don't control that, but having the trust that the process of learning is enduring and can be applied to anything that me or the learners will go through. How has it been for you, Adri?
For me, I finished my master's in high school teaching, and I didn't put my name on the public system to be assigned to a school, because I knew if I got put into a school and I didn't like it, I would have to say no, and that would put me at the very bottom of the list. So why bother? So while I was looking for an alternative, something where I could make a different kind of impact, I came across Learnlife, and it was the day before the first year of the whole cohort. So it was September 11th, I think it was. And I just popped in there and became an intern on the following day. So I've been tagging along and learning a lot from the learning guides. And for the last year and a half, I've been a full-time learning guide, trying to take the lead on the more technological, mathematical, scientific side of projects. And the thing that I have had to learn was, I had to rather unlearn many things. I had to unlearn control. I had to completely change the way that I try to influence learner behavior, to get behavior come out of them rather than be imposed. So that behavior is actually something that they develop, they grow into, and they take away, rather than based on my external limitations and impositions that once they disappear, let everything loose. So not having tests, not having grades, not having all these forced accountability systems meant that I had to develop myself into having powerful conversations with learners and talking about why they do certain things, what is the impact, and get them to realize certain things and get them to figure out what they want to be and who they want to be. And that was something that I had zero preparation for during my teacher training. And that's something that has also poured into my life in terms of affecting how I communicate with people in general.
All right. Thank you, Anna and Adri, for all these inspiring stories. Definitely seems like a challenge to learn so many things and unlearn some other things to take the challenge of this new learning paradigm. So I'm afraid we are running out of time. So I would like to thank from my side and from the whole organizing team to Adrià and Anna to be here with us today in the Best Virtual Summit and sharing this experience about Learnlife, which is a model that I wish it would like grow way a lot in the next years, and probably like make a real revolution in how education are done. So thank you very much. And for the audience, stay tuned. In let's say 3-4 minutes, we're coming back with another super key speaker. We're gonna travel from Barcelona to Paris to meet Philippe Antoine, who is a developers relation at Google. So stay tuned, guys, and well, see you later. Bye-bye.
Welcome back, everyone, for one more keynote of our Best Virtual Summit. I'm sure many of you are excited to hear from one of the biggest tech companies worldwide, and with us we have Philippe Antoine. He's a curious developer, regular speaker in tech conferences, and he's very passionate about tech and methodology and loves to share experience during meetups and conferences. At Google, he is connecting with the best developers across Europe and has started the students program for more than 200 universities in 35 countries. Philippe will tell us how curiosity, passion, and community can help you build your career. After 15 years of work as a software developer, Philippe's want to share with you experiences and what are the best practices that can help you find your next dream jobs. Without further ado, let's welcome Philippe.
Thank you for the introduction. Thank you. So let's start and dive in. I'm Philippe. So yes, I am working at Google in Paris, and I am taking care of developer relations for France and Europe. So today, what I wanted to share with you is maybe some patterns and experience and stories of what I've seen during my 15 plus years of working in different companies. And I think this may be super relevant for you because this is some kind of patterns I wish I had before. And those patterns are really, really simple. It's curiosity, passion, and community. So let me share my screen and we can start. Here it is. Everything is working. Yes. Okay, good. So maybe before to start, if you want to look at this presentation again, you can find the link at the bottom of the screen. It's bit.ly/curiosity, passion, and community. And those will be the 3 topics of this call and this presentation. So why curiosity? I think this is something that is, so this is maybe something that everyone should have. Like curiosity, it's something that you have about any topic. I think when you want to build your career, you have to start somewhere. And maybe curiosity is a place to start. So start by finding one topic. It can be anything. It can be, I don't know, gardening. It can be diving, gaming, tech, aerospatial, astronomy, math, development, whatever. Start with something and then start nerding around, like playing with this tech. And then you will have your first step into something that is really different from, let's say, just listening to what the teachers are saying. So teachers, they are giving you great insights, but maybe you have to build your own path. And so you can start by choosing a topic, for example. So let's start with maybe one of my stories. So to illustrate that, at the beginning, before I was even joining my university, I love to play games. So it's not really original. But what I was doing at that time is I was joining local LAN parties. I was connecting to internet with others, playing more and more. And then at some point, this was the curiosity part that triggered. And I started to think about how all of that is done. How is it made? And then I started to say, okay, this website, maybe I can do the same, and maybe I can build a website for my little gaming community. And I started to do that exactly. So I started to learn some basic skill, HTML, and at some point, this kind of learnings and curiosity, I started to share that with others, giving some presentations, even being some kind of teachers for other students. And long story short, it became my job. So this is something that, this is a starting point. maybe something that happened to me after that was this pattern again, being curious about something and applying it, playing with the tech, being awake until 2 a.m. to learn how things were working, and then sharing that again with others. Maybe one of those topics was, so it's a tech-related topic, but at some point I got interested into JavaScript, so it was more of a front-end technology, and I wanted to apply it on the back end, so I started to play with Node.js at some point. But at the time, it was really like heretic. Why do you want to use this kind of technology in the back end? It will not work, never. Don't play with that. But I was still curious, so I continued to play with that. And when I was sharing that with other colleagues, they told me, "Oh, Philippe, you are crazy to use Node.js on the server. It will not work." But some of them told me, "Philippe, it may be interesting." And at some point, someone asked me to join his company. And when I was giving my first newcomer talks, instead of giving some kind of presentation, I have built a multiplayer game with Node.js, and everyone in the room was playing with my games that I did build for them. And in the backend, it was Node.js. And because I did some really stupid junior mistake on the backend, at some point the number of messages were flooding the Wi-Fi, and I just crashed on my first day the Wi-Fi from my company. I don't know if it was a big fail or if it was a big win, because after that, everyone knows me about my Node.js presentation. And at some point, I started really quickly working on some experimental projects that were using this Node.js technology. So don't be afraid to share, even if you fail. If this is something that you are curious about and you want to share with others, it will always be a bonus and a plus, and it may lead you to something new. So enough of me. Let's talk about others. I want to introduce to you Jordan Grenat. He is a developer, and I've seen him for the first time doing a presentation at Devox, and it was his first presentation ever. And why was he doing this presentation? It was because he was really curious about a language which name was Elm. And he did this presentation with curiosity and passion, and it shows. And it was really great to hear him sharing his stories about technologies and how he learned it on his spare time. So this is another example of someone who is curious about something and sharing with others, and then it helps him after that, I know, that to have to get some better jobs using this cool new technology, Elm. Let me introduce another example. It's Tian, which is an awesome developer. She's like super curious. Together, we have done the first technical meetups in Paris around the blockchain and Ethereum. It was the first one, by the way. And she is curious about everything. And at some point, because she loved to share her cool technical skills, she became one of the main core developers of the head of the paper robot, and she built the SDK for that. So yes, one other example to show you that curiosity, if you follow that, at some point, you get involved in cooler and cooler projects. So passion. Share your passion. It's good to have to be curious about stuff, but the most important part is to have the courage to share what you know. And it's not easy to do that. Like I am doing now, it's not something that is really comfortable, but when you do that, after that, you engage with others that are going to you and say, "Hey, Philippe, I've seen your presentation about communities and passion. Please, we should do something together." And this is a pattern that I've seen again and again, and it helped me finding better and better jobs. So take the time to share your passion. For example, for me, I have one of my passion is talking about design sprint. Design sprint is a methodology when you want to build a cool prototype and you don't want to spend 6 months building and thinking about it. You just have a couple of days, then you can use this methodology. I love this technology. I've used that constantly in every of my projects in my past companies. This is a great one, and I am super enthusiastic about it. So what I've done is that I have shared this passion with others, and here are some examples of workshops I've done at Station F. On the bottom, it's a workshop that I've done during the big Vivatech conference in Paris. And it was really cool because I had only 10 minutes to build a simple prototype in front of a big audience. And it did work, so it was really cool. And after that, just after I've shared my passion about design sprints, after giving this talk, I had a big line of people coming to me telling me, hey, Philippe, we want to organize a design sprint with you. Are you available? So this is something that did happen to me again and again. So share your passion with others. This is another example. So Colin, who is a student, who is living in Strasbourg, he is passionate about things, and he is running a developer community in Strasbourg. And at some point, he wanted to share his passion with more people in Strasbourg because there was a lack of technical conference in Strasbourg. So he started a technical conference which name is DevFest. And he managed to pull up like 400 people coming in Strasbourg to talk about the latest technologies. So as a student, you can do cool stuff. So yes, it's a really great example and inspiring example. Community. So this is the last part of it. I think before going to that, community, it's the most important part of all those patterns that I've seen that will help you finding better and better companies and projects. So building your network of passionate people and curious people will help you like a lot. And I have a last story to share is that 10 years ago, there was a really small Google office in Paris, and it was the first office, and it was in Place de l'Opéra. And they wanted to connect with developers. And I was a developer, and I was organizing meetups and conferences. And at some point, they reached out to me and say, hey, Philippe, any chance you can host an event in our company? And I was like, wait, it's Google. They are coming asking me if I can join with all my network of developers. Of course I can. And so we created a meetup pages, and like half an hour after that, it was full, and it was a great event. And here is one of the group from this event in the Google offices in Paris. And the fun story is that 10 years after I was hired by Google, maybe because of that, but I'm not sure, but because I was part of this developer community. Right now at Google, I am taking care of students community. We are building this kind of passionate and curious developer all across Europe. The name is Developer Student Clubs. If you want to know more, there is a link here, but you see it's a really great group of students doing cool stuff around technology. Then you will find a community everywhere. There is the communities I know is a developer community, but you will find communities on every topic everywhere. This is an example of a community in Toulouse, and they are organizing a big event in Toulouse, which name is DevFest Toulouse, and it's great. Every year they double the number of people they gather there. So communities, it can be around any topic, and it's growing, and I think it's a really good moment if you are passionate and curious about a topic to maybe either start a community or join a community that exists. To join communities, I think the best place to go is to meetup.com, but there is other places. Meetup is great. This is an example of Meetup you can find for Google developer groups, but there are other groups. You see those are, there is more than 1,000 active groups talking about Google technologies, but whatever, you can find the technology or the topic you like, join this group and then participate into that. So to finish around that, I wanted to share with you some kind of patterns that help me find my next best job. And the first one was finding a topic that I was curious about, like a topic you really want to dig into, something like at 2 a.m. in the morning, you are still looking into it and you can't stop, right? So this is the first part. Then you have to share your passion. So the things you have learned, even if it's not new, just share it and you will meet with other great, passionate people that will come to you and you will start building a great community and start doing cooler and cooler projects, I hope. And I hope this presentation did help you find some pointers. Again, if you want to find this presentation, you have the bit.ly link on the bottom. You have my Twitter account if you want to follow me. And I think we are at the end of my 20-minute presentation. Thank you. Is there any question? Let me unshare my screen.
Thank you very much, Philippe.
Yes.
Very inspiring talk. So yeah, I have some questions. So we now have
Yes, sure.
10 minutes. Oh, I think I have a bit of noise. Can you hear me?
Yes, well.
Okay, so yeah, we have now around 10 minutes for questions. So for everyone that's following us on YouTube or Facebook, feel free to post your questions for Philippe on the comment section, and I will address them. So you first mentioned that the first step is to find a topic that you're really curious about.
Yes.
What would be your recommendation for a student who is currently in an engineering degree but didn't yet find any field they're interested in?
So maybe something that they can do is looking at what are the topics they prefer the most, or the teachers they prefer the most, for example. And they can start there. And instead of just following what the teacher is saying, just digging a little bit more and finding more and more cool topics inside this topic. So it can be a good starting point.
So being always curious.
Yes.
Yeah, so Google is a huge company that many
Yes.
developers and engineering students in general look up to. And I think many of the people watching us are wondering, how can I work at Google? Do you have some advice for those people?
Yes. So two things. The first one is, if you want to apply, there is a website, it's careers.google.com. But I'm not a recruiter, so you can just look at that. And then for me, for example, it was the same. I went to this website, applied, post my CV, and it was done. Maybe there is one thing that is really interesting is a website which name is rework.withgoogle.com. And here you have all the hiring practices we are using at Google. And you will see all the step-by-step practice we use to run an interview at Google. And I think it's really interesting to look at that. Even if you don't apply to Google, you will see how we run interviews, what are the kind of questions we ask, question on your experience, and then question on a specific situation. And you can train for that. And I did train before joining Google, and it helped me a lot to get this job. So yes, training for interviews is really important, and I encourage you to go to rework.withgoogle.com, and it's a good starting point, not only for to apply to Google, but for other companies.
Cool. So you're talking about some student clubs and some initiatives they do.
Yes.
Can you give an example of a recent initiative with students? Is there something related to the pandemic already?
Yes. So the name of the initiative is Developer Student Clubs. We have a lot of clubs across Europe, and at the beginning, the idea is that they become more curious, they share their passion, and they build a community inside their university. So at the beginning, they can just share technical talks. So this is what they have done in Europe, for example, and I am taking care of Europe. Then they can learn new methodologies or learn new technologies with us. So we help them learn machine learning, how to build a mobile app, something like that. And then at the end of the year, there is a challenge. It's a solution challenge where students, they find a local challenge. So it can be for an NGO, a non-profit, and they build something for them. And obviously, there was this pandemic, and a lot of students in our developer student clubs did build some super cool apps for the pandemics. So helping the healthcare workers, helping people to connect more and to share information, these kind of topics.
Okay, thank you. There's one question from the audience. I think it relates a bit to this one, but anyway, are there relevant programs at Google that are open for students to join and start building their community?
So yes, the program is I gave the link in the presentation. So it's Google-DSC Leads, and you can apply here. And we are still accepting people for Europe, and we are happy to onboard you if you want.
Okay. So, like, if you could, if you are talking to a student, what's the final advice that you have for them to develop their career? So, summing up your presentation in a couple of sentences.
Maybe start sharing stuff. Start sharing the things you really like, and maybe go deep into each topic. You select one topic, you go deep, and because you spend the time required to understand better, then what you have learned, if you share it with others, it will help others, and you will have great feedback after that.
All right. Thank you very much. I hope this was very useful for the people that are following us. At least for me, it was. So next on our schedule, we will have a talk about engineering education for a sustainable future. Thank you very much, Philippe, for your time and for this presentation. It was a pleasure meeting you.
It was a pleasure.
And I hope that you all at home stay online for the next session.
Yes, I will. See you soon. Bye-bye.
See you soon.
And we are on the air again. Good afternoon, Europe, and welcome to this last keynote of this keynote marathon of the Best Virtual Summit 2020. Today we have with us a guest very special to our organization, the woman who links our NGO to our partner SEFI. So Klara is an associate professor at Insta Bretagne, teaching industrial and innovation management, marketing of new technology, and entrepreneurship. Besides, she's part of the board of directors of SEFI and head of the Students' Relationship Committee. But Klara is also super interested in engineering education, and she has a lot of experience in this field. Today, Klara is going to talk to us about the A-Step 2030 project, an initiative that aims to understand what skills engineers need to have in 2030 and how these skills can be trained. The project is aligned with the SDGs timeline, and it is special for our NGO as we are also taking part in the dissemination of the outcomes. That's all. Welcome, Klara, to this keynote. The floor is all yours.
Welcome to everybody. I would like to thank you your interest to join my presentation. That will give you an overview of the first results of the A-Step project. First, let me tell some introductory words about the A-Step Erasmus Plus educational research project. This project was initiated by the members of the SEFI Engineering Education Attractiveness Working Group nearly 5 years ago for the simple reason that we observed a growing interest of our engineering students for sustainability and wanted to develop an attractive and innovative teaching and learning program for sustainability education. That was the core idea of the project. We set up a project consortium composed from 16 full and associated members. In the consortium, we have several academic partners like Aalborg University, Technical University of Dublin, Metropolia University of Applied Sciences of Helsinki, or Insta Bretagne, Aalto University, and Delft University as associated partners. They are academic people, they are representing teachers and researchers in engineering education. However, we wanted a student-centered approach in our project. So we had the good idea to invite the best in the consortium as a full member for representing a student's voice. We think that students' participation is very important in your project because we develop a new teaching and learning program for them. So we have to take into consideration students' perception and preferences in it. The project started in September 2018. With three big objectives. The first objective of the project is to investigate the skills and competencies requirement of sustainable development for engineering students, what skill you will need in the future. The second objective is to investigate the intrinsic value, motivation, and preferences of young people, students, adult learners, or of their career choices. And finally, the third objective is to develop a new and innovative learning and teaching practice program. This is the main outcome of the project. And today, I'd like to talk about the result of our study about skills and competencies requirement for sustainable future. In the framework in our first action, we carried out focus groups in Ireland, France, Denmark, and Finland, with 3 target groups of academics, students, and employers, so people who employs a lot of engineering and STEM profession, with the aim to provide insights into research questions under 3 different topics. The first topic was to explore the extent of knowledge of academic students and employers about sustainable development in a general and sustainable development goals in a particular way. The second set of questions was about the current sustainable development related activities within the engineering programs, as we wanted to have an insight of sustainable development integration into the engineering curriculum. And the third was to identify skills and competence requirements for the future, and with the final objective to develop a theoretical framework. So we applied the same research design in each countries and conducted the same analysis, content analysis of our textual data. So I would like to give the results that we find. Our key findings show that energy, environment are the words most associated with sustainable development, connected with other words such as renewable, recycle. These keywords align very clearly to the pillar of environment from the 3 pillars of sustainable development. The 2 other pillars, economy and social, has a lower representation. So environment was overrepresented. We observed also a very clear influence of national policies and initiative in each country, which raised awareness of a particular issues like carbon tax in Ireland, circular economy in Finland, climate and transport in Denmark, or innovation in France. If we take an insight to our result by target group, all the students group produced similar findings. With the little exception of France, because in France the use of word education and management in relation to sustainable development stands out. It could be very surprising that management appears in this context, but it was related to special meanings because it was related with waste management, forest management, energy management, or water management, so it's understandable. For the academic groups and employer groups, our results show a very close similarity with focus on the environmental pillar of the sustainable development. Focus group participants were also asked individually to name any of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. The average number identified per person ranged from 2.1 in Ireland, 1.4 in France, 1.3 in Denmark, and 1 point in Finland. That was a surprising result because we accepted higher awareness of United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. At the first place, goal number 13, on the top of the list, clearly with the greatest number of mention and far exceed awareness of other goals. The second page, very, very good news for best educational department, that it was quality education, and it was a good surprise. Fourth place is clean water and sanitation, and third place, clean water and sanitation, and a little bit surprisingly, gender equality was only on the fourth place. We expected more. If we analyze our results by target groups, our results indicate that academics are the group which are the most familiar with a sustainable development goal. Surprising, as one of the academic noted, it's maybe because today research proposal requires that researchers align their work to the sustainable development goals. So researchers have to know quite well these goals to write their research proposition, research project. The second place, employers. As it was noted in the Irish focus group, it's maybe because of the importance of governmental policy in directing their business model towards the sustainable development goals. And at the last place, students were the third place. Only with the exception with Finnish students who were the most aware of the first place. We asked focus group participants also about the importance of diversity in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. The results are comforting. 83% of respondents consider diversity as highly important in the for achieving Sustainable Development Goals, and only 1% answered that's not important. We had very little difference between students, academic, and employers. So this is an encouraging result for our future. We also investigated the question how Sustainable Development Goals are included in the engineering curriculum. And we get very diverse range of view, from not covered at all, or to isolated standalone models, or integrated models, or specific projects which deal with sustainable development. Several barriers was highlighted which prevent the integration of sustainable development in the engineering programs, like lack of academic staff conscious about sustainable development importance, or difficulties in changing the engineering curriculum, or finding space in the very charged programs, or the restrictive nature of module choice in some engineering program, or difficulty in recruiting academic staff for it. But on the other side, some opportunities were identified to ameliorate, to improve the curriculum. For example, involve students in the co-creation of the program that we would like to do, or working on a multidisciplinary project, or create new optional lifelong learning programs and modules. Regarding the skill needed from engineers to solve sustainable development goals, many of the focus group outcomes presented both technical and non-technical skills, and highlighted the importance of find a balance between the two. Communication was on the top of the list as the most important skill, followed by technical skills, critical thinking, and also being ethical. That's a very encouraging result also. There were a consensus that technical skills are still deemed important, and students, academics, and employers all agreed that the universities are doing a very good job of producing good technical engineering graduates. As with the word of employers, we take that for granted. So this is a good thing. Several exams were provided on how students could better develop non-technical skills. For example, working with external clients or communities, or working on interdisciplinary project, or working in association in extracurricular activities like BEST. It was an example, and this is a very good example. All this finding was used to develop a new model of engineering skills and attributes required to meeting sustainable development goals. The literature review that we conducted as the first step of the project presented a picture of a future engineer needing a new set of skills. This set of skills which go far beyond traditional engineering skills. The role of the engineering is clearly moving from serving industry into serving society. And this requires engineers to be mindful of the impact of their work and decision, not only on the economic, but both on the society and the environment point of view. Engineers will need new ways of carrying out engineering projects, not on the traditional project management ways. they can no longer focus only on the technical aspects and or in some case on the economic aspects of the project. They have to face the future differently and become a kind of change maker in society and create a high impact on the whole society. Engineers of the future also have to be able to resolve complicated, vague, complex problems, and will need to consider multi-perspective views and take into consideration long-term effects, risk, and impact of their decision on the society. So engineers, future next generation of engineers, they need to develop, first of all, fundamental technical skills, that is usual, new skills like digital skills, research skills, or new approaches in mathematics, for example, and also application skills, including competencies, skills and competencies like conceptual understanding, problematization, decision-making, innovation, or entrepreneurship. Concerning the non-technical skills, engineers of the next generation will need outward and inward-facing skills. Outward-facing skills, or with other words, people-orienting skills like communication, intercultural skills, or collaboration, or inward-facing skills that is related to the way of thinking, like holistic thinking, self-reflection, creativity, or multi-perspective consideration. Also, future engineers have to, at the attitudinal level, have to develop broader sustainability development worldview and specific character and ethical orientation. So this holistic worldview, including global, social, and sustainability awareness, challenging the status quo or lifelong learning, specific character orientation like curiosity, agility, empathy, adaptability, flexibility, or open-mindedness. And in addition, specific ethical consideration like ethical conscience, personal engagement and agency, or respect for the others, or very important, emotional intelligence. So as the final conclusion, our results show clearly that there is a room for improvement for engineers' sustainable development awareness, as well as taking into consideration the sustainable development goals in engineering curriculum. For the skills development, universities are very performant in technical skills and aptitude development. But they have future challenges for achieving sustainable development goals, for teaching more transversal, or in other words, non-technical skills and competencies. So just in time I finished, and I would be happy to answer to your questions.
Okay, Klara, thank you. Thank you very much for sharing all these super interesting outcomes about the A-STEP 2030 project. I guess you have tackled many interesting things. Well, I guess that one of the key messages was like, yeah, engineers need more skills rather than just this technical. You at some point you were ranking them communication, yeah, technical skills, critical thinking, and also ethics. Because we're gonna live in a world that actually engineers have a big role to play in the future of society. So I would like to actually get a bit more insight in some of the ideas. The first one could be about diversity. So why exactly, at some point you highlighted diversity, why is diversity so important in sustainability education?
So it's a very interesting question, because logically it was very strange that I started to talk about diversity. Why diversity? So we observed when we asked questions about context of sustainability achievement, participating focus group people who are participating in the focus group, especially students, interpreted diversity like gender diversity and only gender diversity, and other kind of diversity, for example, multicultural diversity or ethnical diversity wasn't taken into consideration at all. So it was quite surprising, because for us, for academic people, diversity is much more larger than gender equity. So we try to understand this, and it was very interesting because in the so in France, the focus group was completed at Stoustrup, and Stoustrup is a grande école, so it's considered in France like an elite educational institution, and traditionally there is no high level of diversity. It was contrasted that students from in an elite educational institution had a very high diversity awareness. So we were quite surprised in it. And the opposite side in Ireland, Technical University of Dublin, they have a very high level of diversity, and not only gender diversity, but other diversity. And very interesting that they created a new role with the university, a director of equality, diversity and inclusion. And we think that there is an impact or awareness for the academic staff and also students about diversity, a high level of impact. For students in Aalborg, at Aalborg University, they have a lot of contextualized project, interdisciplinarity, and general awareness, very interesting that the focus group discussion revealed that these students didn't thought that diversity alone it could be an answer to solving sustainable development goals, but interdisciplinarity was much more important than diversity. And very surprising, in Finland, discussion about diversity, especially in the academic group, revealed that they considered diversity in relation of gender diversity, and they don't think that it's a solution for sustainable development goals. That was a little bit contrasting with the idea of diversity, for example, in Ireland or Denmark or even in France. So it's a huge question, and we could talk about during hours. And we think that like interdisciplinarity, this is one of the points of the Sustainable Development Goals achievement.
Okay, interdisciplinary and diversity. Two of the super interesting topic, and I think in our organization we always talk about it and discuss a bit. We have, actually a few questions around this same topic. You have talked to us like the outcomes, what you have found in this project, but what is next? What's going to happen from now on?
So we have a lot of things on, even if we can't see each other and have to stay at home. The work is going on. And our next step is just having the feedback of students about teaching methods and teaching and learning methods. And we are preparing a quantitative survey, and would be very happy if best students would help us to answer which kind of pedagogical approach or approaches applied in your university to teach, and give us a feedback how it happened, and what do you think about this? So we have a survey that will be launched in the next month. I think it's prepared, but we are waiting for just finalizing it. And I would like to ask every participant to help us, because we are working for you, and it's important. But your opinion is very important for us.
Okay, thank you, Klara. Thank you for reminding all our audience. I think it's some sort of transversal message along these yesterday and today, that we students have to have something to say about education, and it's super exciting and gives a lot of hope that there's actually people wanting to hear our opinion and understand that what do we do in the moment that what we'd like to move on, especially in these terms of learning and teaching methods. I think there's many interesting ideas to tackle. Okay, Klara, so we are running out of time. We are heading to this very end. It was very quick. When we're live, time flows at the speed of light. But
I would like just to thank you to everyone to join the presentation, and I would like to congratulate on this organization for educational department members. I am very surprised your capacity to organize this kind of event, and encouraging you to continue this work, because it's highly appreciated for not only for students, for teachers also.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Klara, and thank to you, because Klara has helped us a lot in this organization of the summit, helping us reaching some of the experts that we have brought to you during this week. So thank you, Klara, for your effort and for being here with us and sharing these amazing outcomes of the A-STEP project. And of course, we will do our best to help disseminate this project and the survey, and to make sure to reach students and to make sure the voice of the students is heard. So we are gonna finish right now this keynote marathon of the Best Virtual Summit. And for all the audience, now we're gonna start what we call closed session. We're gonna have 2 training sessions, one with Irene Smith, which is a trainer of the Happiness Academy, and also from our soft skills trainer, Gabriela and Sonia. So final reminder, all for you before you leave, there's still some vacancies to apply for the workshop that's gonna happen from Wednesday on. So apply before they run out, because they are super interesting. Some of them are with super cool companies, some other are with our trainers. So don't let this opportunity escape, and go for that. That's all. Stay tuned for more and stay safe. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, we are in the place to be. Yeah, we are in the place to be. stuff. Whoa, 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 yeah, we are learning the taste of new, yeah, 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 yeah.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the second podcast of the Best Virtual Summit, again with me, Fleur. And in the coming 60 minutes, we made it a little bit longer than yesterday because we got so much positive feedback that we wanted more of this podcast. So in the next coming 60 minutes, we will talk about complementary education in BEST and a little bit outside of BEST and its impact on our stakeholders. So again, it's Fleur, and I have with me some beautiful guests again tonight. They will introduce themselves shortly, and we will ask them first how they are doing. So guests, you can unmute yourself, how you're doing. No one wants to unmute themselves and say how they're doing.
Yeah, I'm doing pretty fine. Good evening, everyone. Today was a tough day because I was studying mostly, so I'm a little bit tired, but I'm very excited to talk with you about complementary education.
Nice. Okay. And then I will shoot my first question to you all, and that is, who are you? So that our listeners know who you are, and what are you doing in the field of complementary education? So who wants to go first? Okay, let's go with Senne.
Right. Hi everyone, I am Senne. I am the current president of BEST. What I'm doing in complementary education in BEST is a bit varied because I'm supposedly overviewing many things. Therefore, I'm mostly coordinating the execution of all the different services together with the rest of the international board, and obviously assisted by amazing people such as the other two guests on this podcast.
Nice. So maybe Ihor can introduce himself now. Sorry.
Hello, everybody. I'm Ihor from LBG Naples. Currently, I'm PR coordinator for EBEC. And yeah, basically, my role in complementary education right now is, I would say, coordinating an amazing group of people, giving them the opportunity to learn as I learned in my time, and well, learn with them so many things. And yeah, working for EBEC as well is, I would say is really good and huge thing. So yeah, something like this.
Cool. Yeah, for the ones who don't know EBEC, maybe we have listeners who don't know, it's our engineering competition, and that's also some sort of complementary education, of course. But what complementary education really means, we will tackle a little bit further, and we can go to a next service of BEST with Irene. And you can introduce yourself.
Hello everyone, I'm Irene. I'm the current Vivaldi coordinator, still for 14 days. Vivaldi is one of the department of BEST, and we support and supervise BEST courses, which is one of the core services of BEST. And the main purpose is to provide complementary education with BEST courses. So I'm the coordinator for this department, and I'm working very closely with complementary education.
Cool. So actually, I'm just curious. I'm wondering to not only to my guests, but I'm also here to attend to my listeners, of course. And I really want to engage them in this podcast by asking them a small question, namely, what does complementary education mean to you? Normally, we will post the link shortly on the Facebook live stream. If you check the chat, I will post the poll right now. Oops, that's no link apparently. But just copy paste the link into your search bar, and then you can answer the poll, and we will come back to the answers very shortly. But first, I want to ask my guests another question, and that is, okay, you've explained what you're doing in complementary education, but how did your journey in BEST, how did this complementary education, how did it affect your personal life? Because I can imagine that our listeners are very keen to learn how you are perceiving this complementary education in your personal life. So let's hear it for you. Who wants to start with answering this question of your impact? Yes, Senne?
complementary education in BEST has been having quite an impact on my life for quite a while. It's my first contact with the organization as well. My first contact with BEST was joining one of our courses. The main thing actually that it has done is that it has shown me that there are some gaps in the education that we are receiving, like in formal education in universities and high schools, which become more and more important in the current environment, in the current society. Things like the interpersonal skills, anything related to project management, anything related to attitudes more than knowledge. And for me, the complementary education that BEST is providing is mostly helping me develop these specific skills. And it has also shown me that it is important for us as young people to help others develop these skills, which is basically through the complementary education that BEST has provided. That is why I am where I am right now as president.
Nice. It's great to hear that complementary education can really have this impact on people. You, as you said, you learn project management, and I'm sure it's useful in your term as president. And I'm sure that, for example, Irene can enlighten us on how her journey was with complementary education and how it helped her in her role.
The start was similar to Senne's one, so I also joined the course back in 2015, I guess, and that's where, let's say, I fell in love with BEST courses and our complementary education, and then I decided to join the association. I think that apart from, let's say, the knowledge, so the topics of this complementary education that we have, that gives you the opportunity to actually get to know some topics that otherwise you would never study in your own university, but it's also the working methods. So for example, you can have these practical courses or lab sessions, and really gain the opportunity to study in the best technological universities around Europe. And this is again one of the strengths, I guess, to actually get to know other people from other universities and have this opportunity to talk in English all the time and improve your skills, but also your soft skills through complementary education around Europe.
Yeah, cool. I really can relate to that. I also have the feeling that we as besties and as providing our services to our stakeholders, we can talk in English all the time. We can be on one level. We can gain a lot of soft skills, as you said. So I'm sure that in EBEC, our engineering competition, this also is the case. So let's go to Ihor to see how complementary education impacted his life.
Yeah, well, personally, my journey didn't start with the course, but still, since we are all in BEST, I had the opportunity, and I still have the opportunity to face this this phase of of our organization. I would say on the biggest impact of the complementary education in my life was like it gave me the opportunity to learn how to organize myself better, how to, let's say, for example, stop and think before saying something. You know, these all small things that we don't notice just because every day we run without, you know, analyzing everything we do. Yeah, and this is one more thing, like analyzing my steps in what I do, in what I learn, how I learn it. So I would say it was like more personal improvement overall.
Okay, cool. I really like that. There is also another aspect of complementary education that's popping up right here. So maybe it's now a good time to ask you as well the question: what does educational complementary education mean to you, and like how? Yeah, what does it really mean to you? What do I mean by that? Is it just standing for the soft skills we tackled, or is it for this personal development that you already said? Or yeah, you can go wild. I just want to know what does complementary education really means to my guests here. So let's start with Senne maybe again. Yeah.
It is a bit of a difficult concept, given that complementary education, the question there is complementary to what? And for me, it's always been kind of the obvious choice, complementary to the formal education we are receiving in universities and in high schools. This means that it kind of encompasses everything going from non-formal learning to extracurricular development, to personal development, to lifelong learning. All these things. In BEST, we focus a lot on the non-formal learning aspect, where we actually provide academic concepts or like knowledge relevant for academic purposes through our courses specifically. And obviously also to the more soft skill development, the interpersonal skills development. And we're kind of tackling both. And I do think that from the perspective of a student organization, this is sort of the place that we should be. However, just want to mention that it goes a lot further than that, that the skills and the skill set and the set of attitudes that we are creating through this complementary education is also supposed to make it easier to tie together all the different types of learning, going from the formal education to non-formal to lifelong learning, which are all sort of part of the cycle. Yeah, it's not as complementary anymore as it was 30 years ago. Right now, it becomes more important, more crucial. And as soon as something is supposed to be there, so as soon as it is part of the system, it's not really complementary anymore.
Yeah. So. Okay, yeah, I can totally see that point. Maybe it's not indeed as much complementary education anymore, but maybe like integrated education, because it's like integrated and other stuff and so on. I'm not sure that covers the entire what you said, of course, but it's just good to know that maybe the term is not so one-sided. It's like, as you said, non-formal education, but also so much more than that. And maybe our other guest have even a different opinion on that. So let's go to Ihor, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, besides what Senne said, I think, well, not considering like the definition, formal definition, I would say the complementary education, for me personally, is something that is kind of parallel of what we are doing in our universities and stuff like this. But the problem is that students around us, like normal students, let's say, they just don't know that they are already doing the complementary education, but they're not doing it like following a specific structure, you know. So for me, it's something that we do every day. Like, it's kind of tricky, because if someone asks me, do you do marketing every day? I would say yes, because I know what I'm talking about. When someone asks me now, do you do the complementary education every day? I would say yes, because every day I try to communicate better with someone, or I don't know, manage a project better somehow. A lot of students don't do it on purpose. Well, I think in BEST we strive to do it on purpose, following certain structures. And yeah, I think I hope that wasn't so super confusing.
No, I really get the point that we try to make a framework for it in BEST, of course, but you have it in so many different aspects of your life as well. So it's good to take this as a whole and see it as a whole. So maybe Irene has still some other insights of what it means to her.
Yeah, I think it's something that really broaden your horizon and really change your personality. And especially, let's say, if I compare me with other students that I see that have never joined complementary education before, I can see that there is really a difference in the way you approach life and in the way you will approach the work in the future after university. So I can say that it really changed my way of thinking, my way to study, my way to approach the world, really. And yeah, also develop my soft skills, as I've already mentioned. But in general, I think it really changed you as a person as a whole. not only on a technical level, so not only thanks to the professionals that are teaching complementary education, but also thanks to the experience.
Yeah, that's I can completely agree with that. It's so yeah, it's just I cannot say it better than what you just did. And with all what you also said was like you were broadening your horizon. Well, 17% of our listeners they also think that for them it means broadening their horizon, but also it means to them 25% is saying that it's developing of soft skills. Some are saying that it's gaining extra technical knowledge. Some say that it's most of the education out of their curriculum, or maybe even the development of your personality, like we already touched upon as well. So I really like that this entire scope of meanings is that we are able to put this into this podcast. And if you're still listening to this podcast, you can think further when we are referring to complementary education in terms of all these aspects. So besides this, I really want also to hear your vision about a vision for the future of complementary education, because as Senne already mentioned, it doesn't have the same meaning as it used to have. So what is your vision for the future? Certainly assessing that we're now in a pandemic situation, and how will this affect the future of complementary education inside of BEST, and not only inside of BEST, but also broader than that. So would you be able to reflect a little bit on how this will affect your vision for complementary education? I know it's a quite hard question, but let's see who is most fast in reflecting and who wants to start answering. So
so I think that for sure the pandemic will give us some time to think back to our complementary education. So my motto lately is to use this time wisely. And for sure now we can evaluate actually how we are providing this complementary education and what aspects we can innovate, we can improve, and we can rethink. So that I think that in general the focus now and let's say in the future until the COVID situation won't be solved, it's going to be this. And at the same time, we need to adapt our services to the situation we have at the moment. So for sure, complementary education and the way we deliver it, it's going to change.
Yeah, I can completely agree. And I think that this virtual summit, this podcast that you're listening right now, is actually a great example of how BEST is adapting to the situation, how we are trying to still provide this complementary education by providing workshops, by providing just listening sessions and so on. But I am assuming that we still have a great vision to hear from our two other guests as well. So maybe Senne, our president, which vision do you have?
Sure. I'm mostly looking at sort of the trends in education all over Europe, which is, I guess, also something that was talked about yesterday a bit. Basically, the concept of complementary education itself is changing a bit, because when we started decades ago, there really was a clear need to tackle some of the skills that were not taught in one specific university. So at that point, BEST was providing specific technical knowledge through the courses that a student in one university could not have access to because it was only provided by another one. So we provided this connection. Additionally, we were providing the soft skills, this personal development aspect. But right now, many institutions, many industry corporations are also noticing this need, and they're actually also working on this. The concept of lifelong learning, digital learning, and non-formal education has only been developing over the years. And this is all sort of being joined into the cluster of education. So at that point, it becomes very difficult to define what are the things that need to be provided by whom. So what I think should at some point happen over the next few decades is actually somehow a central coordination of this whole learning process, starting from very young age, like getting in primary school, all the way and into the process of lifelong learning, which doesn't only tackle the academic knowledge, the technical skills, but also tackles the attitudes, the interpersonal skills, all these things that are now getting more and more crucial, given that what we're seeing is that in the next years, the trend is that people tend to start new jobs halfway through their career. You're not studying anymore to do one job for the rest of your life. And we need to somehow adapt to that. And we are kind of reaching a breaking point where also we as students will need to start taking an active role into preparing people for this society, where we need to be aware that we might have to learn a fully new job in 10 years, which means that we need to, well, learn the skills needed to be ready with the attitudes needed to adapt.
Yeah, I think that's a really nice vision. I can completely relate to the fact that we're studying, but actually we are not studying anymore for one job. We're going for multiple ones. We should indeed adapt ourselves throughout our lives very flexibly. Also, as we have seen in the situation right now, if we encounter something, everyone needs to adapt very fastly, and there is actually no connecting element in our society that for now connects all the steps of education. So I see BEST really as a shackle in this chain of lifelong learning. So maybe Ihor has something to add to that, or has an other vision for the future of complementary education.
After those brilliant speakers, it's really hard to have something new, but I will try. So basically, thinking about this concept, like future of complementary education, and in general for BEST and for the whole world, the first thing that I had in mind that is like now the technology is growing so fast that we can't even notice the growth of that technology. So why is it the point? It's the point because probably, I hope not, but probably in some decades, many of jobs that exist now will not exist anymore. This means that first of all, BEST have to adapt to this kind of trend, let's say a little bit, because probably in 5-10 years, as Senne said, there will be new jobs that we can't even imagine now. What I mean with all this, in my vision for the complementary education is that somehow let's say let the curriculum, yeah, well, you understand.
It's okay. Yeah.
Let's say the standard way of learning of the education as it is right now will somehow mix with the extracurricular education, and universities will adapt to this. So BEST as a university association will have to adapt to this, and I think BEST will do it better because we are already, let's say, looking forward for that, but university don't. I don't know.
Yeah, I completely understand the point that you're trying to make. I also see that BEST, we are involved in a lot of universities. We can be like the blank screen on which all universities can project their ideas still. And we can also be, I think, at least what you're trying to explain, we can be that part where we, how do you say it, where we link all the different universities together. And there was something else you said, but I completely forgot right now what was so inspiring to me. It was so well said, and I really like how you all said that we should listen as BEST, but also as individuals, I believe, to the trends that are showing to us. So talking about individuals, I really want to know how you think our listeners can interact with this future. How will they be able to shape their complementary education? How will they be able to step in this lifelong learning process? Can they do something themselves? Like just try to bring it from this very broad trend organizational topic to what can our listeners really do to help us in this. So yeah. Yeah, Ihor, you already have something to say?
Yeah, I think the world is going towards big changes, and we all can notice that well, every individual matters, but when we are in groups, so teams, we work much faster. And now, as fast, like the world is going so fast that we have to run after it. So I think that the most important thing that our listeners can do is, first of all, get informed on how all these things work. What are the opportunities that they can have? How can they, have a little impact on it, and how can they share that impact in the small groups they are in? For example, their friends, people that don't know about BEST, for example, that are studying in other universities, that don't imagine what is the complementary education, soft skills, and blah blah blah. So I think individuals now matter when they are informed and they share the information they know, because nowadays the world is ruled by data, information, and all these things. So yeah, I think the main point here is to be informed and share that information wisely.
That's a nice vision. I think someone must have something to add to this, because it's like, yeah, Senne, can you go? Or Irene? Doesn't matter to me. Irene can go first. Yeah.
Yeah, I totally agree with Ihor, especially to the point to work together. So having students actually working together and to shape the future of complementary education. At the same time, apart from, of course, not being alone, because I think that is at least 3 months, we really felt what that means. It's also about asking, let's say, the students to adapt to this new situation and to the association itself, which is not an easy task for sure. So we're all facing a really crucial moment in the history that we will remember forever. And it's not easy to adapt to the situation and to change our habits and to change our way to study, or for a professional to deliver their lectures. And so it's hard for everyone, both for the, let's say, the academics, but also for the students. So it's really good to be flexible now and to adapt easily to this new world.
Yeah, nice. As I hear it, I hear two main things so far, and that's that we need to work in teams as much as we can still, even if it's online. And that we need to be flexible to be able to adapt to situations. So to our listeners already, I want to ask you to really think, like, have I worked well online? How was my studying? How was my working together? Do I still not feel isolated? Because those are also valid questions, like you said. And to really reflect on that. And I think this reflection can already mean a lot, but probably Senne has more to add to what individuals can really do to help us go towards a bright future.
Yeah, I think actually there's sort of one thing that hasn't changed much throughout this pandemic, but actually has been highlighted, and that is a need for individuals to take action when it comes to their own education, but also towards the education of those that come after us. Basically, when we are working together in teams, in associations, to improve the education systems, that is something very nice and quite noble, if I can say so myself, because it is not going to affect our own education. And that is one thing, that is that we as individuals can try to work together to improve the education of those after us, to make sure that there is sort of a system in place that allows them to get all the education they need without having to themselves always actively look for it. Even though actively looking is a very nice skill to have, it's not, everyone doesn't have this naturally. So making sure that everyone has access to the right education is a job that we have to do for those after us. On top of that, there is the individual need for your own education. And I think one of the things that our listeners can for sure do is be aware of what will be actually needed from them, what is needed from them in terms of skills beyond just what is on the paper of their degree. Because it's more than that. We know this through research that what the industry wants or what the industry needs and what the universities provide, at the moment there's a disconnect, and everyone is working on closing this gap, but it won't be yet for the people who are studying right now. The people studying right now will need to actively take steps to close this gap for their own personal education by looking outside of university, by looking to associations, to online learning, to MOOCs, all these kind of sources. It's definitely out there, all the education, all the potential sources. The challenge is just getting it to the right people. And at this point, I would definitely recommend everyone to actively look for what they need.
Okay, yeah, I can completely agree with that. I also think there is a lot of information out there that you can educate yourself. But again, this is another question that then pops up in my mind, and that's it can be hard for just individuals to see like everything, all this information on the internet or in books or wherever, and then you need to select something. You need to take action. You need to find what's suited for you. So maybe a question to my guests would be, through this wealth of complementary education, how can our listeners in like 15 minutes have something tangible that they can like, how would they search the internet? How would you do it? How would you in 15 minutes take steps to go for your education and to prep yourself for the job market? It's a very difficult question, I know, but just so that we have very time-bound steps that our listeners can take to help themselves educate them. As you said, it won't be for them right now that they are kind of making all these changes, but they still want something for them as well. So yeah, this is a question to you. What do you think as concrete actions they can do? Senne?
It is indeed not an easy question, and not much time. Basically, I would still tackle sort of both dimensions. When it comes to your own individual education, basically the real challenge that I personally perceive is figuring out what you need to learn, because there is such an overload of information and knowledge out there that it is difficult to figure out what you need. And you can ask one employer, but then another one will say something else. But that's why I would use this 15 minutes to reach out to associations of employers, to industry partners, to organizations like FEANI, for example, one of our partners, an international association of professional engineers, who can way better explain what the industry actually needs, because these are people who've been working in the field for a while. And that can give a lot of direction into what you yourself will need to look for afterwards. When it comes to improving the education systematically, in 15 minutes, I think the best way to go is either connecting with university and telling them your experience, or connecting with a student association like BEST, or like there's many others out there who are actively going to try to promote your interests in the field of education.
Cool. There is certainly one point that I personally wouldn't have done without listening to what you've said. And that's, for example, to reach out to industry associations like FEANI. I would definitely, now that I hear it, it's actually very good to connect with them. And on that note, I just want to make a small promo here for our networking event, in which probably representatives from FEANI and SEFI and all those associations will be represented as well. So you can go and take your 15 minutes and go to the networking event and talk to them. So that's my point of view, but I'm sure that Irene and Ihor have other things that they would do in the 15 minutes. So maybe Irene?
Yeah, definitely. The first step would be the one Senne mentioned about actually understand what are your needs, which is not an easy task. After that, right now online, there is really lots of complementary education developed so far in these 3 months at least. So it's just a matter of really going there, grab your laptop, which I'm sure you're spending most of your day in front of, and search for them. Because really there are lots of opportunity out there in the laptop though, not out there in the street. And it's just a matter of looking for them and find the one that suits the students the most. Now really all the association are adapting to the situation. So even though live events are so far not happening, still online complementary education it's able to be provided to the students. So that's very nice, and it's just looking for it and look for the right course and the right opportunity to learn.
Nice. Yeah, I think it can be a challenging job, but I'm sure in 15 minutes you get already way further than you're now. So you can just Google like what you would like, and then you will for sure have tons of results. And then Ihor, do you have something that you would do with your 15 minutes?
Yeah, besides agreeing on what Senne and Irene said about understanding actually the needs of what you want, let's say, but let's assume that the person already knows what the person wants, for example. I would say the major threat is like trusting the information you find in internet, trusting that specific association, that specific company that gives you that information. Because as Senne says, on one way, someone says that there's the perfect opportunity, but after 15 minutes of research, you find exactly opposite information. So as it happened for me in Best, because while I was entering this association, I couldn't believe that this reality is true. It's actually taking action. It can seem really, I would say, stupid, but it's not, because sometimes we are too safe to not take action, and so we just make a research and okay, it doesn't work. So I would suggest to search, select the best opportunities that you can find, and actually take some actions on it, because that's the hardest step that prevents us to actually start learning on what we actually want. Yeah.
That's very nice, and it actually fits well with the extra question I was going to ask you all, and that's okay, what if our listeners have taken the step, they have done some research, they have contacted associations, they are ready to take the next step and how to really learn from the wealth of information that's there. How do you go through with it? How do you make sure that you do not stop, that you really, because a lot of times I experienced it myself, that you start on a project and you never finish it. You start on some learning cycle online and you never finish it. It's a pity because you could have gained so much, but how can you motivate yourself or maybe others to really go through with it and to really take that action, as you said? Maybe Ihor can already answer that one because he was the last one who brought it up, actually. So.
Yeah. Well, like staying on the wave, I was already swimming. I would say the motivation is really hard thing to understand, and it's really like it's hard when it's hard. So when you start something, it might be really motivating in the beginning because it's new. That's how our brain works. But then it gets tough, and when we understand that when it gets tough and we pass that point, it will get beautiful. So if we start understanding that everything will get tough in a certain point, and we just have to overcome that point, and we just have to actually understand what is happening, why are we learning that thing, actually gain some results from that, like dedicate some real time to that, not a day, not a week, but a month, 3 months, understanding like not being just a student, but starting to understanding what we are talking about, that's the point where the growth starts.
Yeah.
So my advice would be, yes, take action, but pursue that action and not just stop in the first difficult place, but besides every not understanding, every difficulty, everything that can obstacle you somehow, you just can have to go on, cry on it, beat on it, bleed on it, but you will get to the point when you will start loving that thing. Just because uh, you dropped so much sweat and blood on it, it will be too hard to leave it. Well,
Yeah.
but and maybe at that point you will understand that it's not yours, but that's an information as well. Like, this is the important information that tells you, well, this is not for me, so you can start doing something else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I really can relate to that. In my own studies, I was at a point like, okay, I will do this, and then suddenly it all felt like, okay, now I've done enough and I can take the decision it's not for me and I can focus on something else. That's also fine. That's also a result. We often see it as failure, but I think that's not a nice term for it. We should, if you tried, you succeeded. And if you tried hard, you succeeded very, very well. And that's, I think, a very beautiful message to send to our listeners. And I probably think that Senne or Irene has something to add to that, to like, how do you overcome your challenges? You have faced probably tons of them in your mandates. So Senne, maybe you can go now.
Yeah, obviously, solving motivation is not easy. There's many different aspects to it, and I personally also don't really have a solution for that. I also still have down moments and stuff, and accomplishing things remains difficult. However, when it comes to learning, I think one of the most important things we can all do for ourselves, like really for individual development, is really focusing on developing the attitude of a lifelong learner, which means that you are always willing and able to learn and to learn new things and to adapt to new situations by gathering the necessary knowledge and information. And one of the main things that I've seen as important there is that it is important to value learning goals as much as performance goals. We're not only focusing on this is what I achieved and this is like the developed product or the final product, but also really focusing on what you learn along the way. This doesn't only focus on, well, I needed to learn English for a specific job, so I learned English and yeah, good job me. But also really on the soft skills that you develop along the way, on the things you learn towards the next project you'll be achieving. And first of all, as an individual, you need to put focus on that, I believe, on rewarding yourself for that and recognizing your own effort in this learning. But also it is always useful to advocate for people you are working with, and definitely people who are coordinating you, to recognize this effort. So when you're a young graduate and having an employer, it's important that they also understand that these learning goals are important. And it never hurts to help them understand that a little bit.
Yeah, I can. It was really beautifully put. Just nothing to add there. Maybe Irene has something to add, but I don't have.
I think a very nice example about this, I found it, for example, if I think about the way I have to do between my house and the university. So every day I would do exactly the same way because I know this way, not because it's the safer, it's the quicker, or any other reason. It's just because I know it. So I'm sure that at the end I will reach my university. While we never take any other path because we're scared about it. Okay, maybe we're gonna take longer, maybe we don't know this place, maybe we will get lost. And I think this is exactly like when we have challenges to do, or when there are new opportunities, we should just take them and not stay in the path that we already know, and just keep in the same way from your house to the university. And yeah, the main idea would be to get out of the comfort zone, which right now we have. And I think it's really time for the student, especially of our age, to go out and discover the new opportunities that are out there. And there are really a lot. It's just a matter of applying to them and actually start them. And as you were saying before, apart from the start, you also need the motivation to keep your goal until the end. And you should really do it, because once you will do it with one goal, then it's going to be a lot easier for all the other goals you will face afterwards.
Nice. Yeah, it was really great. I wanted to say something, but I just forgot my thoughts there again. Sorry for that, but it's really amazing to hear your experiences on the matter, and to hear these inspirational stories almost. But that's where I want to dig into deeper now. Do you have some inspirational stories personally that you think that can that were an impactful moment for you, related to your extra education that you got along the way in BEST or at other platforms, and just to show to our listeners how much extracurricular education can mean for them, and just some example from yourself. I know it's like a little bit touching into your personal space, but I think I'm allowed to do that here now. So yeah, just you can share, Ihor. Yeah.
Well, for me, it's kind of simple, and I would say, yeah, really simple in general. It might seem not that meaningful, but for me it was, because basically when I entered BEST, I was really super shy kid. I was not even able to talk to 4 people without just not looking them, because I was shy. I was turning red and I was missing words, and it was really complicated for me. When I entered BEST, after I think 1 month, I had to do the presentation of our local group to a bunch of students. It was like 20, or I don't even remember like the number, because I didn't see them, because I was not looking at them. But I had to do that experience, and it was my first experience of, let's say, public speaking, and I would say it was life changing, since after few minutes I understood that it was not scary. It was normal. It was simple. They were there to listen to me, to understand what I was saying, and it was even funny. At that point, myself, like I felt some changes inside me, and it gave me a huge boost of self-confidence. And from that 4 years ago, I started my path in BEST, and now I became what I am. And like, it was really good, like feeling good, but it gave me the huge boost of motivation to, and gave me the understanding that I can learn a lot from this experience. So yeah, I would say this.
Nice. I think this is a very relatable story to a lot of besties, as we call them, people involved in our organization. And I'm sure that lots of other people can tell almost the same story, but the important thing here is just sometimes you have to dive into the deep end without knowing what you will end. And then you see it was actually a beautiful journey that you did. So I really love this story. Thanks a lot. I don't know who wants to share next. Senne?
Yeah, for me, it's not much different from what you were saying. I do think that this is kind of the core of what we're learning through complementary education BEST, because obviously we're still mostly students or young graduates. So it's difficult to compare this with professional accomplishments, because we don't have any yet. The main reason how I've seen this impacting me is when I, in the past year or years, went to professional conferences where there's a bunch of adults, because let's be honest, generally we as students are not really the adults in the room, even though we're over 18, it doesn't really count. And there's really a huge difference in the way I was able to interact with adults, with proper, like fully functional working people. before I joined Best and like throughout the path that I've been going to. And I do really believe that this is also going to be kind of the key to my own future success in life. This capacity to be able to express myself, to interact with people, to express ideas, to discuss this kind of interpersonal development, which doesn't really exist as much currently in formal education. So for me personally, this really is very visible. It was most visible when I was in the SEFI annual conference. And again, like the average age is about 30 years over my own, and still being able to interact with these people with decades of experience on a level that they don't feel like they are still speaking to a child is really massively inspiring.
It sounds inspiring indeed. So maybe Irene still has another inspirational story.
Yeah, actually, I mean, Igor's story can also be adapted to mine, but I won't use that one. I will use a different one, which is also quite recent. So in Italy, we're really bad at complementary education in the sense that our university are not recognizing it in the proper way, if recognizing it at all. So when I was searching for my master thesis around Europe, I sent my CV to some universities, and I got this reply from this institute in Copenhagen, in which I'm currently doing my master thesis. And my current supervisor got really impressed and wrote me, "I'm amazed about the number of different things you've done in your life, and the countries you've visited, and how many different topics you've tackled of different aspects of education." And there, like, I was almost crying, I think, because I could really see that finally someone was really recognizing all the work that I had done. That was mostly for myself, not for anyone else. So I already had this, let's say, feeling about how good I was feeling about it on my own, but I never faced it with someone else, and I never shared this, let's say, happiness with someone else. So that was really the first moment in which I was like amazed that he was amazed about me. And I can say that right now I'm doing my master thesis there just thanks to all the complementary education I gained throughout the years, because at the end, yes, of course, I have a bachelor degree, but that was not the thing that made the difference between me and the other candidates.
Nice. Yeah, I especially like the fact that you say this recognition coming from the outside world. Sometimes you know you're doing a good job yourself, but this recognition from the outside, it really means a lot. So to our listeners, I would also say, certainly if you know someone in your environment and you want to really make an impact and a change in their lives as well, then just tell them how good they are doing, what they are achieving, like, so that you don't have to reflect on it all by your own. Like, you can, of course, you can say, hey, I've already achieved this and that, but it's very difficult for someone to see it sometimes. And as an outsider, you see it more easily. So you can also tell someone, like, give them compliments. And I would say that this is something that everyone can do. That will also make a huge change. And believe me, it will come back to you if you give some compliments to others. So on this quite happy note, I would like to kind of wrap up this podcast with maybe some last thoughts of my guests, and then we can all say goodbye. So some thoughts still about this podcast. Senne?
I'm generally just very happy to have been invited to this podcast. It's a quite interesting experience. And to reiterate, I really encourage everyone to look into their own education and to take charge of their own future, because this really is very important. And with the current situation, probably now more than ever, definitely for our generation. But I also really think that we can, because all the resources are there. We are a generation which has a voice, so let's use it.
Nice. Very beautifully said. Irene.
Yeah, I wanted to thank you for inviting us here tonight and thank all the participants to listen to us for almost 1 hour now. And yeah, my last message would be still to search for this complementary education, which is just out there, because you don't have to create it on your own. It's already created for you. You just need to apply and to get out of your comfort zone, out of your box, and you will for sure be inspired after. And even though the journey won't be easy sometimes, it's totally worth it.
So don't be shy, just apply. Okay. It needed to be said, right? So and then we some final words from Ihor.
Yeah, I also wanted to say thank you for inviting me. Thank to Senne and Irene to be my partners today. It was really nice to see you again, all of you. Thanks to our listeners. And I would leave a last message as well. And for me, it would be, I would just keep what I was saying. I would suggest not to stop on the appearance of the impossible. Try and see if it is impossible, and then you'll see. Yeah, on this philosophic note, I would leave. Thank you again.
Let's all leave at this philosophical note, and let's wave goodbye and ask our dear Osvaldo, because last time I called him technical support, but it's Osvaldo behind this. So bye, everyone.
Bye, everyone.